music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Gun Kelly get caught in the fake. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Steampunk Kelly with the sand clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Hi there. Just getting my stuff caught up here. And hello, everybody. How was your weekend? Is your new year off to a blazing new start? Have you managed to keep your resolution up yet? My resolution last year was to get 1 million views on my videos, and I almost got to 2 million. So this year I'm going to make it 10 million. We'll see if I can do that. And any progress I make is because people like you who take the time out of your day to watch my show. So I just want you to know I appreciate that. Even if you disagree with me, actually in a lot of ways, especially if you disagree with me. And sorry, trying to take care of my headache here. But I was noticing something very sweet. Sorry to use that word. But there were a number of people last week that left super comments or whatever those things are called on YouTube and just tipped me some money. And a lot of those people were actually people who disagreed with me. So I appreciate that you can sit here and listen to me ramble on, even though you don't agree with me, because I think that what we need is real conversations, honest conversations. And that's why I started this show. That's why I read a lot of comments that disagree with me and respond to those. So, I feel like if we can't converse, what's even the point of talking, So in that spirit, I have gone and as you can see, I have a phone number now. I have a call-in number. So if you want to call in and leave a voicemail about what I'm talking about, you can do that. The only thing I ask is that if you do that, please don't use profanity, because if you use profanity, then I can't play it on the air. I'm a monetized show on YouTube, and YouTube doesn't like it when people swear. And then when people swear, I get I can get gigged for that and lose my advertising money for whatever show I'm watching or whatever that broadcast it is. So it's not that I don't want to play your very what would be a good word for it? Authentic, maybe. I don't want to I don't mind cussing, and I am known to drop an occasional F-bomb on Twitter. But I don't set the rules here, YouTube does. So anyway, if you want to call and leave a voicemail, I'll go through those from time to time and check and see what they are. And as long as there's not any profanity, I'll play it. And also, keep my wife out of it. Like, I've had people try to bring my wife into it, and I just, I love my wife, and she's way too nice of a person to be dragged into this. So anyway, There has, in case you haven't heard, we invaded Venezuela this weekend. We kidnapped the president of Venezuela, and now we're bringing him back to stand trial. And this is, I think the same city that the same city that Donald Trump was tried in. So, bit of irony there. He pled not guilty, as Resistance Kitty here has said. He pled not guilty. We'll talk about like what that means in a bit. But at first, I want to just talk about the actual legal justification for him having been kidnapped at all. And I know that probably some people are saying he was captured, and we'll go through all of that first. I've actually prepared a number of dashboards for this broadcast. I don't know which ones I will go through because the conversation can go in different directions as the comments are going in different directions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start just with what I'm calling Trump's Gish Gallop of legal justifications, and then I have a couple of other dashboards that are lined up and ready to go. And I was going to talk about Tim Walz, but I think I'm going to push that one to tomorrow. And I've also got a whole thing set up on I think that there's more to this, that it's indicative of a trend we've had for pretty much since the end of World War II of gradually stretching out the War Powers Act, or gradually stretching out the executive branch's ability to, declare war without having war declared, to act independently of Congress. And that happened with Truman, with Eisenhower, with Kennedy, with Johnson, with Nixon, with Ford. Carter is probably the one president that didn't do anything significant in that regard. The only thing you can say about him is he tried to send in some U.S. military to rescue the hostages in Iran, but that isn't really the same thing. But then after Carter, Reagan did it, Bush did it, Clinton did it, Obama did it, or the other Bush did it, Obama did it. Trump did it in his first term, Biden did it, and now Trump is doing it again. There's erosion of the constitutional powers by Congress to declare war has been a steady drumbeat over decades, and I'll talk about that a little bit today. But I think it's also, there's this other conversation about this, that it's because we become a two-party system instead of a three-branch system of government. And I think that as we have evolved, the only thing checking and balancing the White House is whether or not the party that has Congress is the same party or not. And it's gone both ways, where if the Democrats have everything, they rubber stamp everything. And if the Republicans have every party, the Congress rubber stamps everything. So I want to talk about that. And but that's a whole different conversation. So today I'm going to focus on the whole justifications for Trump's legal action. And I'm calling this a Gish Gallop of legal justifications, because like a Gish Gallop fallacy is like when you create so many bad arguments in one argument that if anybody tries to address one of the bad arguments, it's almost like they tacitly leave the rest of the bad arguments unchecked. And so then those things get to be treated as though they are true. And so I wanted to go through all of the legal arguments that Trump is making and show how each of them are independently bad arguments. And so then when you compile all these bad arguments one on top of each other, you just have a lot of bad arguments. So Just gonna. Okay, so no voicemails yet. So once again, if you want to call in and leave a voicemail, feel free to do so. All right. Yes, we're going to talk about the gun charge. It is hilarious to me that the Republican Party have flexed on gun control twice, and it was to get Hunter Biden and now to get Maduro. It's like yeah, you're pretty selective when you want to use gun control as an argument there, aren't you, buddies? Anyway, so let's go through this. I will try to read this cogently, which, as you know, is not always something I'm good at. But all right, so where are we at? Venezuela military action. Legal justification analysis. Executive summary. On January 3rd, 2026, the United States conducted military strikes on Caracas, Venezuela, capturing President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. The Trump administration provided multiple contradictory legal justifications for this unprecedented action. The dashboard analyzes each justification and identifies critical flaws in the legal reasoning. Key finding: the proliferation of inconsistent justifications suggests none would stand on their own merits. When legitimate legal authority exists, it is cited early and consistently. Like, if there were a valid legal argument, you would only need one, and that's all you would have to say. The fact that they keep using all of these pseudo-legal arguments suggests they not only know that it was a bad argument, they knew it was a bad argument going into it. All right, so the first one that I keep hearing is that it was a law enforcement function. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said this. Pam Bondi said this. But here's the thing. Military strikes on foreign capitals are not law enforcement. Extradition treaties exist for that purpose. We have an extradition treaty with Venezuela. I even heard one person, I think it was Rubio, referred to this as an extradition. That's not what an extradition is. And just legally speaking, in general, it's you can't just go and arrest somebody that's in another country because they broke U.S. law. That's the very reason we have extradition treaties. And an extradition treaty is, this guy is wanted for murder here in the United States. Can you arrest him and send us to us? That's allowing the other sovereign nation to participate in arresting the person and send them to you. In Venezuela, they have an extradition treaty with the United States, but in that extradition treaty, it says they will not extradite foreign nationals. So this was not an extradition. This would be illegal for Venezuela by Venezuelan law to be an extradition. And you can say, well, what does Venezuelan law matter? Well, it happened in Venezuela. Like, part of this whole thing is that Venezuela is another country, whether you like that or not, whether you respect that or not. It is another country. It has autonomy. It's not subject to the United States rules and laws. Just like we're not subject to any rules and laws other than our own. And when it comes to outside of the United States, we're subject to international laws too, especially once we've signed on to. But we have an extradition treaty with Venezuela that says that they won't extradite foreign, or they won't extradite nationals. Right? That is their policy that we agreed to when we signed a treaty with them. So we don't get to just change that. This idea that we were just carrying out some kind of law enforcement action is just wrong. What we did was brazenly illegal. So Let's look at the next one. Mike Lee says we were protecting U.S. personnel. Like, this is part of the whole thing with the narco terrorism and terrorism and stuff like that. All right. And this goes into lots of stupid stuff. But Maduro is not a terrorist. B, the cartel that they're alleging he, was a part of is not a real cartel any more than like Antifa is really a terrorist group. Like, it's an informal thing that the press used to describe people that were allegedly involved in trafficking, but it's not an actual cartel. There's no organization. There's no head of the cartel. There's no organizational structure. There's no real cartel there, much less the terrorist cartel. And be a terrorist, according to U.S. law, the very U.S. law, which allows Marco Rubio to call people terrorists, there are certain conditions which must exist. One of those conditions is that there has to be an actual threat to the United States and an actual desire to carry out that threat to the United States for political purposes. There is nothing whatsoever, nothing, not a shred of evidence to suggest that Maduro had any designs on carrying out a terrorist action against the United States. And no, trafficking drugs doesn't count. So then there's the inherent presidential authority that there's an argument that this is Article 2 power. This is a controversial memo that admits violations of international law, circumvents congressional powers. So what happened in 1989? Does anybody know? Class, does anybody know what happened in 1989? All right, so if you don't know, what happened is George H.W. Bush, Papa Bush, invaded Panama. And in the justification for that invasion of Panama, William Barr, who was then legal counsel for the Bush administration, long before he was Attorney General, he cited a memo that basically said that Article 2 means there's this inherent power that the president has that he can do these sorts of things. Now, the problem with that is Article 1 actually exists. And Article 1 specifically stipulates that Congress has the right to declare war. So if this was an inherent power in Article 2, why would that power exist in Article 1? Like, what would be the point of that? The president has authority to operate the military, but Congress gets to decide when we go to war. And we can get into all this, well, what constitutes a war? But let me ask you this. If another country was serving an indictment against the president of the United States, bombed Washington, D.C., shot and killed citizens and members of the military, and then kidnapped the president and first lady, it doesn't have to be Trump and Melania, any president and any first lady, and they were to take them out of the country to stand trial somewhere, would we consider that as an act of war against us? Is this something that we can now do to any country in the world? If we have an indictment for violating U.S. law, can we go and arrest Putin? There's international indictments against him for war crimes. Can we serve that indictment? Can we just go into Russia, kill a bunch of Russians, kidnap Putin? I don't even know if he has a wife. I don't think he has a wife. but we kidnap Putin and bring him back to the Hague to stand trial. Are we okay with that? Is that cool? Can we do that in North Korea? In North Korea, there's a president who we don't recognize as being lawfully elected. What countries are we allowed to just go and conquer under this pretense? And what countries are allowed to do that to us? Like, this is the problem I have with that whole argument. Is one, it's wrong, it's dumb. But number two, Article 1 exists for a reason. The framers of the Constitution did not want to have a government where one person got to have that much power. It's specifically stated, and I'll go through this later. I have another dashboard set up on the War Powers Act. But Madison was very clear on this. Madison was very clear on this. They did not want one president, one person to have the power to decide when we're at war and when we're not at war. And this kind of thing, and talking about, well, it wasn't an act of war, but it was. It was if you're in Venezuela. You can't say it's not an act of war when we wouldn't be. It would be an act of war if it happened to us. You don't get to just pick and choose when it's an act of war based on whether we're doing it or whether we're the ones having it done to us. And you can say, I know, well, there'll be some people, oh, what did you wake up yesterday? We've been doing this for decades. Well, no, I didn't wake up yesterday. And in fact, I've done entire shows going through and pointing out how we've been doing this for decades and centuries. We have now overthrown governments in Latin America 46 times since 1906. 46 times. I am fully aware that we've been doing it. And I'm also fully aware that's why South America is so unstable. And further destabilizing it is not going to help anything. And so when you're like, when I hear some Trump supporters talk about, well, why don't they get their own house in order? Why do we have to take care of them? Like when they're coming over here and getting asylum. Well, we caused a lot of the problems that are causing people to flee those countries. We caused a lot of that instability. Sorry, hiccups. So now we don't get to just sit there and say, well, that's not our problem. Yeah, it is our problem. We caused it. And you don't get to say we're responsible for the whole Western Hemisphere and then disregard taking care of the Western Hemisphere. It's like this. We only agree with it when it's what we want. Okay, so now let's go to extradition treaty exists. They had an extradition treaty and chose not to use it, proving that this was never about law enforcement. All right, so let's go through these in a little more detail. The law enforcement function, the claim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio stated that this was a law enforcement function to capture an indicted drug trafficker, not an attack on Venezuela. He argued no congressional approval was needed because this was not an invasion or extended operation. And I think that's something worth pointing out, and something important to point out is that the reason they're saying this is because they know that legally, if it's an act of war, then they were legally required to notify Congress. And they didn't notify Congress. And Donald Trump says, well, that's because there's leakers. Well, sorry, guess what, Donald Trump? You don't get to decide that you're not going to follow the Constitution because you're afraid of leakers. That's not how, there's no leaker exemption in the Constitution for notifying Congress. What you did was illegal. And when you have to break the law to enforce the law, you have to reconsider how you're looking at the law. Okay. Military strikes on a foreign capital city are acts of war, not law enforcement operations. Law enforcement uses extradition treaties and international cooperation, not missiles and special force raids. Do you think we've never been able to extradite somebody over here? But that the whole point is that acknowledges other countries have autonomy over their own selves. But I guess when you don't even recognize that American women have autonomy over their own bodies, you might have a little trouble with recognizing that a foreign country has autonomy over itself. And this is like just as a sidebar here. The one clean war that we've had since World War II, or at least the cleanest war we've had since World War II. I don't know if it was entirely clean, but it's cleaner than most of them. Was the first Gulf War. Iraq invaded Kuwait, and our reason for having that war was, and the reason we got like international support from virtually every other country in the world is that we said, no, nations have rights. Kuwait has autonomy. You can't just go and take over another country. And that was our pretext for that law, for that war, and it was valid. And then what we did is we held to that. And Trump, has complained about it, and said we should have gone in and gotten their oil. No, we shouldn't have. We pushed Iraq out. We pushed them out of Kuwait, and once that last boat had left Kuwait, we ended the war. That's the way it should have been. That's why we didn't have like nation building crap going on with all that. That's why we were able to get out of the war as quickly as we got into it. It was only about protecting another nation's right to exist. What's happening in Ukraine is just protecting another nation's sovereign rights. But what we did in Venezuela is we violated another nation's sovereign right. And when we violate that right, we lose the standing to declare any nation has that right. So if Russia now decides it's going to go after Poland, what right do we have to say you can't do that? If China decides to go after Taiwan, what right do we have? What grounding? What standing? What moral authority do we have to say, no, China, you can't do that? We're giving other international powers permission to just go and take over other countries that they've been wanting to take over. We become the bad guys when we do this. And this is why I say it's not about Maduro. There are other ways of removing Maduro. There are other actions we could take. This is not you're either for Maduro or you're not. This is you're either for other nations to have an independent right or you're not. But anyway, I find it ironic that the one clean war we had was the exact opposite of what we did this weekend. Where's Saddam Hussein now? Protecting U.S. personnel from imminent attack. The claim, Senator Mike Lee stated the action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Critical problem with that is no imminent threat was identified or articulated by the administration. What attack, Mike? What attack? Please explain to me how they were going to attack us. What were they going to do? Throw a brick of cocaine at us from like half a continent away? And when you're talking about an imminent threat here, it's got to be an imminent attack. And for those that don't know what imminent means, it's like immediate. It's like if we don't act now, people are going to die. Imminent has a specific legal meaning in international law. It requires evidence of an impending attack. The timing appears to be chosen by the U.S. not driven by any Venezuelan aggression or threat. Apparently, and the U.S. military is one of the best is the best equipped and probably the best trained in the entire world. And I'm not criticizing the military for how it executed this attack. It actually was apparently quite remarkable and clean, all things considered. It wasn't legal, don't get me wrong. I'm just talking about tactically. But that's because they had lots of time to practice. They apparently had the timing down like that. They had the timing down so much that Mercado couldn't even get into his safe place, as Donald Trump tried to call it, but he actually meant safe room. But when you're sunsetting, words don't come to you as easily. The justification directly contradicts the law enforcement rationale. You can't simultaneously claim it's a routine law enforcement and a response to an imminent attack. So this is one of the things that is evident. Okay. Yeah, right. So it's interesting. I don't know why. I'm getting inundated with comments by now, but anyway, if you want to comment, go ahead. And again, I have the voicemail set up if you want to leave a voicemail. But the problem with the imminent attack is that, or the second problem is that this the second justification is actually complete opposite of the first justification. How can both be true? How can there be an imminent attack, but it was just a routine law enforcement operation? And what imminent attack, Mike Lee? And the thing is, if there was no imminent attack, then there's no reason for Trump to not have notified Congress beforehand, when she's required to do. We'll get into the whole War Powers Act thing in a bit, but these two things, number 1 and 2, are contradictory. 3, inherent presidential authority. The administration referenced a 1989 memo by William Barr claiming presidents have an inherent constitutional authority to order captures in foreign countries, even if it violates international law. So that like I was mentioning earlier, this was what happened with Panama and Noriega. The difference was, well, first of all, the memo explicitly admits the action violates international law. The memo remains controversial to this day, according to legal analysis. The second, like, having a legal memo from 36 years ago, that's not like actually a legal justification. A legal memo from 36 years ago is not a law. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that William Barr had an opinion 36 years ago. It grants extraordinarily broad authority, potentially allowing U.S. military force anywhere. So this whole the logic behind the opinion is that the president can do whatever he wants with the military whenever he wants, even if it violates international law. But then again, why does Article 1 exist? Why does the framers give Congress the power to declare war if it was going to be irrelevant and say, well, you can just declare war anytime, or the president can just use the military as though we're at war? What's the point of having the constitutional power to declare war? The memo was written to justify the 1989 Panama operation, itself highly controversial and condemned by the UN General Assembly. This is actually something that they overlook when they talk about, how Panama is a precedent for this. Well, Panama itself wasn't legal. And also, Panama had basically declared war on us already. Panama had killed U.S. military. Panama had captured and was torturing U.S. American citizens. Venezuela wasn't doing any of that. Panama also had the canal, which was like a huge part of U.S. revenue. And there's a whole bunch behind the Panama Canal that we don't need to get into. But using a memo that admits that what you're doing is illegal from a war that most people concede was also illegal doesn't really give you legal justification for anything. Constitutional context, Article 1, Section 8 grants Congress the power to declare war. The framers deliberately rejected giving this power to the executive. Claims of inherent presidential authority to conduct military operations circumvents this constitutional design. All right, so let me just check in on some things here. Okay. I don't know if I'm being... Interesting. Are there comments showing up in YouTube that aren't showing up on? Hang on a second. Okay. Interesting. It looks like the comments in YouTube just aren't showing up on my dashboard. And no, I'm getting them from Resistance Kitty there. Okay, sorry. Sorry for the confusion. Anyway. Oh, they are on YouTube. Interesting. Maybe it's... Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, there's all... Sorry, guys. I don't know why, but for some reason, your comments are not showing up in YouTube or showing up on my StreamYard dashboard where I'm actually broadcasting from. So it's not that I'm ignoring your comments. I'll go through and... So the Mr. Bosky says it was actually legal. He was indicted and he made threats to us. He was indicted. He did not make threats to us, but being indicted does not give you legal justification, as I've already covered. You can't just go and arrest people in other countries because you indicted them here. That is the entire point of having extradition treaties. Like, if somebody were to indict an American citizen for something and then send their military into it, forget even whether it's the president or not, do other countries have the right to send in their military to us and arrest American citizens? Like, you've got to take these things as either everybody can do it or nobody can do it. You can't just have it as, well, it's okay when we do it, but it's not okay when they do it. All right. Somebody says it's a routine reaction. Salty Colonel. Hey, Salty, how you doing, buddy? It's not a routine reaction to an immediate threat because, one, it's not routine. We've never done this in the history of our country. And B, it's not an immediate threat. What immediate threat? There is no immediate threat. All right. Anyway, so I see what's going on. Just in case anybody wants to be able to have their their comments shown. If you have the ability, if you're like the live feed is going bonkers with comments, but the full site, like the profile dashboard, the other dashboard, I'm seeing comments for. So if you want to have your comments pop up on the screen, then go to the other dashboard. But if you can't do that, you can't do that. So Brett's pointing out, why did he pardon a trafficker of cocaine just 2 weeks ago? This is another very good point. And there's a lot of, confusion over this because Juan Orlando Cortez is the guy who was pardoned. He was the president of Honduras, and the justification for that was that he was treated badly. There's no indication that he was treated badly or unfairly, or that there was anything wrong with the legal trial. And I forget his name, but one of the lead prosecutors in that was actually then made a judge by Trump this term. So, like, why is he rewarding the guy that supposedly treated Hernandez so badly if it was about Hernandez being treated badly? It seems like there'd be a bit of a conflict there. Maybe he shouldn't have threatened and ignored his indictment. Well, I don't know how you ignore an indictment, and I don't know who he threatened. Like, can you elucidate who he threatened? What threat did he make? How did he threaten anybody? Like, did he say he was going to come up to the United States and do something? Like, this idea that he made threats. He didn't threaten anybody. Where? When did he threaten anybody? But it's stating so I've got somebody saying he's getting stupid or listening to me, but not actually suggesting what I'm saying that is wrong. Okay, I think my wife would be shocked if I were to get married to somebody else. Hey, wow. Well, look at that. This is different for me. I've never. Okay, now what did I do? I'm sorry. I am so confused right now. Okay. Let me see if this works. Okay. Something about monosaturated fats going on. But Skippy, you're my number one commenter. Congratulations. That's pretty cool. I've never like actually looked in the live screen before, so yeah. For some reason they have the chats like processed differently. They don't like they usually all come together on my StreamYard thing, but I think what I forgot to do the second live chat the first time, and so actually I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna disappear for a second and come back, but hopefully this will fix things. I'm gonna refresh my. Didn't fix anything. Sorry. So let's go back to here. Okay, so I'll just have to bounce back and forth here. All right, so yeah, so Brett points out other countries are starting to do the same thing, to think they can do the same thing. It was just said today. And so, yeah, what happens when China decides that they're going to invade Taiwan? No, this is thanks, Mr. Bosky. This has to do with something else. Uh-oh. Huh. All right, there we go. This is why I say when you look at things like this, you have to consider if you can do it to if it applies to anyone, it applies to everyone. This means that what we're saying is that any country can go into any other country with its military and arrest people that they indicted. That's the position you're holding. This is why I say a lot of what we're talking about has nothing to do with Maduro. It has nothing to do with indictments. It has nothing to do with enforcing U.S. law. All of those things are smokescreens. Don't be distracted. If you think that anybody, any country in the world can send their military into America, bomb a U.S. city to take out its power, then arrest somebody because there's an indictment against them. If you think that is the case, that is what you are arguing. If you don't think that's the case, you're arguing that other countries can do unto us as we have done unto Venezuela. Because you're talking about a legal thing. You're not, whenever you're talking about a legal thing, you have to talk about that precedent being applied to everybody universally, internationally, now and forever, throughout time. So if the leader of Germany decided that they were going to arrest Stephen Miller for some crime that they said he committed, and they were to indict him in their legal statute, or if Iran wanted to arrest Stephen Miller, they could send their military here in a covert operation, bomb Washington, D.C., pull him and Mrs. Miller out of their house, and take them back to be tried. This is what this is why this is such an insane argument. It doesn't matter if Maduro is guilty. It was an act of war. It would be an act of war if another country did it to us. So it is an act of war when we do it to another country. So not me says exactly, a dangerous precedent has been set. USA could conquer all of America and be applauded by the majority. I think the USA wouldn't have to conquer America. But I think what you mean is that the USA could conquer all of Venezuela. But I don't think that the majority of Venezuelans would feel that way. And also, I don't think that how the Venezuelans would feel about it is relevant. One of the things that I think is interesting is that like Maduro was bad, and the Biden administration also never recognized him as leader, but they didn't use that as a pretext to invade Venezuela. But the person who won the election, Gonzalez, Trump hasn't even mentioned him. Not one person in the Trump administration has even mentioned the name of the person that won the 2024 election. All right. So this idea that this was about democracy kind of falls on deaf ears. They have not mentioned anything they're going to do about the cartels problems or drug smuggling or any of that, now that that Marco Rubio is going to be viceroy. They haven't talked about how they're going to address the drug trafficking. They haven't said anything about that. You know what they won't shut up about? They won't shut up about the oil. That's all every press conference is about the oil. Kind of tells you it's about the oil, and it was never about serving an indictment. It was never about ending the cartels. It was never about any kind of threat to the United States. Did they really think that the threat to the United States was that Maduro was going to come up here with his machine gun and start never even set foot on the country in his life in America in his life, but he was going to come up here and he was going to just start shooting people? He might even have them deported out of Venezuela, state of America. Yeah, I was joking that um I wouldn't be surprised if Stephen Miller starts deporting Venezuelans from Venezuela. The Kerr-Frisbee doctrine, a controversial U.S. legal principle. The Kerr-Frisbee doctrine allows a U.S. court to try a criminal defendant regardless. Yes, so there's no question about this. The court will prosecute somebody regardless of how they were brought here. That does not mean that they were brought here legally. It doesn't change international law. It just changes, well, they're here, they're in my court. They're only addressing the thing that is in their purview. So while this is true, it doesn't change the fact that he was still illegally apprehended. A logic applied consistently, logic not applied consistency is not logic but propaganda. And I agree. And I think you can see some of that on both sides. But right now, if it's not legal for somebody to come in and bomb Washington, D.C., and take Donald Trump and Melania Trump back to their home country, if that's not to stand trial, if that's not an act of war, not even going to talk about whether it's legal or not, would we consider that an act of war? Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's the anniversary of January 6th. They're probably going to build a statue to what's her name, the one that was killed and got $500,000 for trying to murder the vice president. The majority of Venezuelans that I've known and know are still celebrating. I don't really care if Venezuelans are celebrating or the ones you know are celebrating. That doesn't change laws. And according to like all kinds of reporting, the majority of Venezuelans that you don't know are not celebrating. They're happy. My general perception of the reaction of Venezuela is that they were happy that he was removed. They are not at all excited about the fact that the United States is now going to be running their country. Maduro being a bad guy is irrelevant. We don't have the right to go and conquer other countries and steal their resources. They should install the Nobel Prize winner. They should install the Nobel Prize winner. North said they would not. North said they would support the Nobel Prize winner. Her name is Machado. They should not make her president either, and she agrees. Like she says that the winner of the election, Gonzalez, should be made president. The person who actually won, if this was about democracy, yes, they are trying to complain, say on one hand, then they would make her president, right? Like they would make him president. He's like this 76-year-old guy or something like that. Anyway, but they don't want to make him president because he wouldn't rubber stamp what they're doing. They're trying to find somebody. They want to run Venezuela. The Trump administration wants to run the show. They do not know what is about to happen. Yeah. So the ones, there might be some that don't know what's going to happen to them. A bunch of people voted for Trump thinking he was going to bring down prices too. I mean, somebody being happy about something doesn't mean that that things were, that they're right. Why did they not care about the Ukrainian people who wanted our help? Lucky us. because they're not logically consistent. And, you know, he would have to have the type of mountain chopped. Oh, he would have to have the top of a mountain chopped off so he could have legal grounds for a golf course. Yeah, I'm not. That's actually a good point. I wonder when they're going to have like Trump golf course there. Was grabbing Saddam and removing bin Laden illegally done? Yes. Well, removing bin Laden wasn't a president. Grabbing his Saddam, we're going to go into all of that, William. About I think that both parties have gradually eroded what is supposed to be the right of the president. Now when we're talking about international law, there were international indictments against bin Laden. Everybody knew that. Saddam was done with at least some semblance of U.S. approval, although I think, or of UN approval, although not to the degree that it should have been. But using past illegalities to justify this illegality doesn't make it any better. Like, I've been talking about this for decades now. I was not happy with the Iraq war. I was actually had a blog back in the days when we had blogs, vehemently protesting it. So I'm not logically inconsistent here. I don't think that the Iraq war, I don't think we ever should have been in it. Unlike certain people who only became against it after it became unpopular. The most common way of getting the job is to get the best job possible for you to get the most out of and get paid for the job. I don't know what that means. I'm going to go ahead with the order now so you don't need to wait for the delivery for me. I just need to know when you guys want to order the pizza for us, and I'll be home by 5:30. I don't know what man. I don't know if it's I've talked about this using fresh milled flour before, and if you've never tried fresh milled flour, it will change your pizza life. Like, the best pizza you will ever have in your life is made from fresh milled flour, unless of course you never have it, in which case you wouldn't know. But I've gotta beat that drum whenever I can. But it's a little more expensive. It's not a big deal for me, but it's a little bit more expensive than a lot more than I would like to pay for. So I'm gonna go with that as well. And then I don't know if I'm missing something here. Anyway, it's something to do with the pizza thing. So all right, let's go back to the dashboard here. Okay. All right. So then the new claim, this one is like, I really was confused on this. The recovering stolen assets. You know how Donald Trump keeps saying, "Oh, this was our oil, our land. They stole it from us." I didn't even know from whence like Trump will take things and completely misrepresent them, and then sometimes he will just completely make up things. This is actually a completely misrepresented thing. Venezuela's oil and land were never U.S. property, but what happened is U.S. oil companies operated in Venezuela under commercial contracts and concessions. Venezuela exercised sovereign authority to nationalize these operations a right of sovereign rulers. Companies like ConocoPhillips have won billions in international arbitration for compensation. The legal and they've been paid for compensation for these contracts that were declared void after Venezuela nationalized its oil. So the legal remedy for nationalization is arbitration and compensation, which happened. It is not, they never owned the oil. They had contracts for the oil. They didn't own it. It's like if you're renting somebody's house and they decide they want to move back in, and so they tell you that they're moving back in, and they give you an eviction notice. You might be able to sue for a few months' rent or something, but it's not your house. It's not your house because you were renting it. Nationalization of natural resources is recognized under international law as an exercise of permanent sovereignty over natural resources. Compensation disputes are resolved through international arbitration, not military force. And it was resolved through international arbitration. But that's what Trump's talking about when he says that they stole our oil. No, they can't steal what belongs to them. It's their oil. They didn't steal our oil. We tried to, we're actually stealing their oil. But this is the same guy that tries to steal elections under the pretext it was stolen. So I'm not surprised if he's going to steal oil under the pretext that it was stolen. So Venezuela has been a major source of revenue for the past few years as a major supplier of energy to the world, and has a lot to offer for it now, and the world is now the middle ground with it. I'm not sure where you're getting your information from, but I don't believe that that's accurate. I think here's the thing about Venezuela's oil is it's really thick oil. It's not the best oil, and so it's more expensive to refine. And as a result, it's actually kind of gone down a little bit in terms of how much is there, and the viability of it is in question, and even the profitability of it is in question. Now, some people are like, well, and some people are pointing this out even as like it would be stupid for Trump to do this over oil when the oil is not good oil. But Donald Trump doesn't shut up about the oil. He's acting like we have the rights over the oil. And, when has doing something stupid ever prevented Trump from doing anything at all? I mean, like, stupid is as stupid does, and Donald Trump does a lot of stupid things. It's almost enough to make you think he might be a stupid person. Okay, so let's go back to the dashboard. And so the United States, and this is, to point back, we have had an extradition treaty with Venezuela since 1922. There is a legal groundwork with which we can use to extradite somebody. This treaty is still in force. The administration knew about it. They chose not to use it. This single fact demolishes their entire law enforcement function argument. This treaty signed in 1992, it's still in force, contains procedures for extradition requests. When did we request an extradition? When did Trump even request an extradition? Venezuela is party to the 1988 UN Drug Convention, making narcotics trafficking extraditable. So if he's really involved in trafficking and he's committing this extraditable crime, then why didn't we try to extradite him? No. I know they said the word extradite. Extradite does not mean you go in and capture somebody and pull them away. U.S. and Venezuela also have a 1977 Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty for Criminal Cooperation. Venezuela's 1999 Constitution prohibits extradition of Venezuelan nationals, including Maduro. What this proves, the administration knew the legal process existed and chose not to use it. They could have requested extradition of non-Venezuelan co-defendants. The indictment named several of these people. So they couldn't have extradited Maduro because Maduro was a national, but there were other people that they could have extradited that they didn't even ask to extradite. They could have negotiated deportation or expulsion. They could have, Venezuela has done this for non-nationals before. They could have used the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty for criminal cooperation, and they could have accepted that Venezuelan nationals cannot be extradited. This is normal in international law. Can you imagine if Venezuela tried to extradite an American citizen for laws that were strictly applied to Venezuela, like the machine gun law, under the pretext that they were going to somehow, someday be a threat on just made up stuff? So legal expert assessment, I see no legal basis for us to go into another country and take a leader without an extradition treaty. Mark Nevitt, former Navy attorney. But they did have an extradition treaty. They just chose invasion over legal process. This proves the indictment was an excuse, not the reason. So this is, this is what I call a legal Gish Gallop. When legitimate legal authority exists, administrations cite it clearly and consistently. The proliferation of contradictory justifications here suggests a different strategy. Flood the zone with multiple rationales so critics can't focus on debunking any single one and hope at least one sounds plausible enough to provide political cover. And as you can see in the comments here, people keep just regurgitating some of these bogus justifications, which each one are independently debunked. But they'll just move to the next one, and then you have to re-debunk that. None of them are legal. There's no justification for this. 4 different justifications from 4 different officials. There's no comprehensive legal memo explaining the authority, which is standard practice for legitimate operations. And honestly, a lot of this sounds like it was just decided on the spur of the moment. Like we didn't even have a plan for what happens afterward, and we still don't. Like when Trump is at the press conference and they ask him who's going to be running the country, and he says, oh, various people, and he just kind of waves his hand behind him at whatever gaggle of sycophants happened to be available for the press conference. Congress wasn't notified beforehand, described as the bare minimum in such circumstances. Justifications are mutually contradictory, and officials use qualifiers like likely falls within, suggesting uncertainty even among supporters. Like they can't even say with clarity, moral or logistical clarity, what the justification is. So maybe it's not justified. The scattershot nature of these justifications is not a feature, it's evidence of weakness. Each justification contains fatal legal or factual flaws. Taken together, they reveal an operation conducted without clear or legal authority, relying instead on maximalist interpretations of executive power that would fundamentally rewrite constitutional and international law. The real question becomes, if none of these justifications are legally sound, what was the actual basis for the military action? And what precedent does this set for future use of military force, not just by our own president, by any president? Like, what president now, who can we do of any country? Is this just like a carte blanche to every nation to go into any country under indictments? Because who's like, you can say, well, they were indicted and blah, 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 but we indicted them. Any country can indict anybody. You can say, well, we have legal basis. Well, they can say they have legal basis. What changes? What if Iran decides they want to just start arresting women in America for like not wearing the head thing? Can they just go around starting to arrest women for violating Iranian law in America. Like some of these laws weren't even international laws. They were just American laws, like the machine gun thing. Just completely nonsensical. I'm pretty sure he gave them plenty of chances to do the right thing. You seem to. Well, I'm not okay with the oppression of the Venezuelan people. And you can be sure that he gave them plenty of chances to do the right thing. But that doesn't mean anything at all. The rumors are that he got pissy at Maduro dancing. I guess he did not Macho Man dance wrong. The whole thing is they do have the power to. No, they don't. They don't, Xavier. They don't have the power. Does this? I do not agree with Trump mostly all his actions, but the intervention it wasn't an intervention. There was no, he wasn't intervening in anything. And there were ways, if you're worried about the democracy, why hasn't he mentioned Gonzalez? If you're worried about the drugs, why hasn't he mentioned cartels? This was not an intervention. Don't be duped into thinking that somehow this was for Venezuela or helping Venezuela in some way. This entire thing. All right, I'm going to mention this again because I don't think enough people are aware of it. But back a few months ago, there was this bid to buy Citgo by a group called Blue Water, by a company called Blue Water. Just days before, or then eventually they put in a $10 billion bid to buy Citgo, which is the largest oil company in Venezuela. Then they pulled out. They just abruptly pulled out of their bid. Like a couple of days later, Trump media acquired Blue Water. Now Donald Trump, and always has, Donald Trump owns 41.2% of Blue Water. So now Donald Trump owns 41.2% of Trump Media, which owns Blue Water. So he owns a significant chunk of Blue Water, which wants to own Citgo, which is the largest oil company in Venezuela. Since he conquered Venezuela, let's use the word that actually fits the best. Since he conquered Venezuela, he has not talked about democracy. He hasn't talked about who's ruling. He hasn't talked about getting rid of cartel members. He hasn't talked about intervention. What he's talked about is oil and getting back what's his. Journalist who was at Mar-a-Lago. So Kitty says, journalist who was at Mar-a-Lago. Trump was super pissy at Maduro and his dancing and singing. Lennon. Oh, and the Supreme Court is not legal anymore. Give me a break, people. The thing about Blue Water is it doesn't matter what color is, or it just doesn't make it look good. Actually, if you listen closely, you can see the whole thing. And it's a very good song, but I think it was just an accident. I don't know what all of that is about. Oh, please go see a doctor. You have TDS. Yeah, TDS is not a real thing. And just screaming about TDS should actually be an actual disease. Like if everything that you hear that is a legitimate, justifiable criticism of Donald Trump, like Donald Trump owns 41.2% of Trump media. That's a fact. That's not an opinion. That's not TDS. Trump media owns Blue Water. That's a fact. It's run by Devin Nunes. That's not TDS. That's a fact. Blue Water tried to buy Citgo for $10 billion. That's a fact. They pulled out just a couple of days before being acquired by Trump media. That's a fact. Like all of these things are facts. None of these things are opinions. So I don't know what you hear about that makes you think, oh, that's a TDS thing. AI doesn't mention Trump in any ownership. I don't know what you're asking about Trump. Ask it about Trump media and Blue Water. Donald Trump owns it's all, once removed. Trump owns Trump media. Trump media has these I can't remember what they're called. But anyway, it owns Blue Water. TDS is definitely a problem in this state, and it's a problem with our government too. I think it should be just Trump denialism syndrome or something. Like people that just deny every legitimate criticism. If you look, yeah, I think they're called stacks. If you look into Trump media reports, said that the two sides had discussed the possibility of an agreement in the future between the two countries. I love how the AI companies marketing is basically this is happening if you like it or not. The reconstruction of the oil and energy infrastructure in Venezuela. Okay, we don't even know what the reconstruction of the oil and energy infrastructure in Venezuela is. We don't know who's going to be doing it. How can you say that it's going to benefit? Did Iraq benefit from? I mean, we were all told that Iraq was going to benefit, that the war would pay for itself. Did that happen? Trump devotion syndrome. All right, so I want to go on to the next dashboard now. Because I think this is actually something that I think we can maybe get some more harmony on and some better conversation on. Let me. I think there has been. Like I've seen a lot of people using the War Powers Act to justify this. There's people that have an upside down understanding of what the War Powers Act is and what it means. The War Powers Act is not giving the President of the United States tacit permission to go out and do war for up to 60 days unless Congress approves. That's not what it's meant for. What happened is after World War II, there was a series of events, including the Korea War and the Vietnam War, where Congress said, and it was all under this idea that Article 2 makes the president, gives the president power to over the military. And so the point of the War Powers Act was to constrain the president and say, if you have to do something based on this emergency, you have this amount of time to get congressional approval. You can't just indefinitely have like this war like in Vietnam that continued under 3 different presidents and was never actually a war. when we have a draft, we're sending military over there, and you're calling it a police action. So the whole point of the War Powers Act was to constrain the presidential powers, not to expand them. It wasn't to just acquiesce and give the president unilateral power to declare war as long as Congress gave him permission within 60 days. And it has been a problem historically where presidents have been seizing this power and expanding this power. Almost every single president has done this since World War II. So I want to go through and I want to talk about the War Powers Act and what it actually means and how this is not just about Trump. Trump has again expanded it to be even more by just saying he doesn't have to notify Congress if he's worried about leakers. But this is not something that is unique to Trump. Matt points out Congress hasn't declared war since 1941. Yeah, I think that's startling, isn't it? All the military intervening we've done, and yet we've never declared war, and we never even declared war on Afghanistan. Like people say Hillary Clinton voted for the war. There was never a vote for war. Okay, so what happened is the War Powers Act resolution of 1973 was passed to restore congressional authority over military action. Instead, it became a constitutional dead letter as successive presidents expanded executive powers beyond recognition. This dashboard documents over 50 years of systemic erosion of Congress's power to declare war. So I think we're all in agreement, right? Like the Article 1 of the Constitution says that Congress has the right to declare war. Like that's not, if you complained about Obama doing it, you should complain about Trump doing it. If you're complaining about Trump doing it, then you have to admit it was wrong when Obama did it. You can't just say it's okay when this president does it, but not when this president does it. All right. Okay, so let's. All right, so the numbers tell the story. There have been 130 war power reports submitted since 1973. And as one of our viewers was just pointing out, 0 congressional declarations of war since 1942. There's been 21 major military operations without any authorization, and 83 people were killed in Venezuela just recently. But, they weren't American people, so apparently they don't count. America only cares if Americans are dying. Anybody else dies, it's okay. All the people, all the Iraqis died are irrelevant. Hundreds of thousands died, but that's okay because they weren't American people. The War Power Resolution was enacted in 1973. It was passed over Nixon's veto to prevent another Vietnam. The whole reason that the War Powers Act was passed was to prevent the exact kind of thing that Donald Trump is doing right now. I don't know how much more clear that can get. It required presidents to notify Congress within 48 hours of military action and withdraw forces within 60 to 90 days. Without authorization, Nixon called it unconstitutional and dangerous. Of course he is. Nixon calling something unconstitutional and dangerous is laughable. Considering, he was unconstitutional and dangerous. But no. The thing that people need to understand about this is that this was not giving the president of the United States permission to ignore the actual declaration of war. That is, I'm sorry to say, what it has become in people's mind. But that's not what it was meant to be. You're still supposed to go through Congress, supposedly within 48 hours of military action. Not that 48 hours isn't like afterwards, it's before. And you're supposed to get approval before, or at least notify Congress before the action, so that Congress can stop the action if Congress doesn't agree with it. And at least previous presidents, even that extended the power, like Obama, tried to get authorization. Even George Bush tried to get authorization. That Congress didn't give it should have been the end of it, right? But Congress didn't give it to Obama because Congress felt like he wasn't asking for enough power. And Congress didn't give it to Bush because they thought he didn't have enough reason to go to war. But we'll get into all that. The first test of the new resolution came in 1975. Ford complied with notification requirements. This was after, can't remember, a boat was bombed or something. And I think it was to expand the war into Cambodia. And we won't eat, like, that ended up like in Pol Pot and stuff, like a horrible thing. Ford complied with notification requirements, but set precedent for minimal consultation. Congress learned that consultation meant being informed, not being asked. Then Carter came along. Carter actually is the one president that didn't try to expand the powers or anything. He tried one military rescue of the hostages in Iran, and he covertly funded the Afghanistan rebels against Russia. But other than that, and that wasn't U.S. military, but he never tried to expand military powers anywhere. He never tried to invade anything. He's kind of unique in that regard. We got some comments here. You're a 33-year-old boomer who plays games from your childhood. Trump delivered exactly. You say Trump delivered exactly what you voted for? But I do not recall any campaign commercials or campaign promises that he was going to invade and conquer Venezuela. Why didn't he run? Even if you would have voted for that, if he had, why do you think he didn't run on that? Why do you think he didn't? Because what I remember is him talking about no new wars over and over again. So did you vote against, did you vote for no new wars, or did you vote for him in spite of no new wars? Because if you voted for no new wars, then how are you supporting? He's bombed now 6 countries. And he's talking about Greenland. He's talking about Cuba. He's talking about Mexico. He's talking about Colombia. How many he's talking about Iran? And that's just in the last week. Just since last weekend, he's threatened all those countries. What, did you vote for no new wars? Or was he lying when he said no new wars? And you can say Trump campaign promise America first. How is conquering all these other countries putting America first? That seems to be the opposite of America first. It seems like you want to just be able to say anything Trump does is America first, and you voted for America first. But I don't know how it's America first. So you're just going to keep regurgitating the same. Sometimes I wonder if you're a real person or a bot, because you seem to be incapable of actually responding to anything that's relevant. But like Marjorie Taylor Greene would disagree with you on what America First means. Did anybody see the emergency NATO meeting? Or are you talking about a UN meeting or a NATO meeting? Because I don't think Russia and China are part of NATO. You must. I think you mean UN, but I did not see the emergency UN meeting. But yeah, and of course, people the Republicans are going to say, of course, Russia and China are against it because Venezuela gives them oil. And this is what they do. They discount the ability of any person, whether it's a Democrat, a judge, another country, anybody that disagrees with them is discounted as having anything credible to say based entirely on the premise that they disagree with them. I love that Democrats. I have not picked up MTG. I have absolutely zero respect for MTG. I think if she wants to have an apology tour, if she wants to show that she's reformed or whatever, she should start with an apology to David Hogg. Hang on a second. I need to plug in my my laptop. I thought it was plugged in, but I'll be back in a second. Just going to disappear for 1 second. Sorry about this. My plug fell out of the adapter. This is a professional operation here. Sometimes people make joke about and by joke I mean mock me and say oh, just this old man sitting there yelling from a recliner. I'm not old. I'm 58, but I have joked with my wife. I should just change my my the name of the show to Old Man Yells in Recliner. Okay, so all right. Just a reminder, if you want to call and leave a voicemail, you can. You don't have to. Comments work too. Or at least they sort of do. They have skyscrapers there. It was a rich country once. I watched people make art with their money to sell for dollars. Don't think skyscrapers means you're a rich country. I don't know what that even has anything to do. Again, whether you have skyscrapers or not doesn't mean that you can go and just conquer countries. I was a Trump supporter, a relatively traditional conservative. I do not back his invasion of Venezuela without congressional approval and our economic crisis. That's common sense, not party politics. And I think that there's going to be, I think the Epstein files is eroding some support. I think this will erode support. And I think that in especially in some of the rural areas, the policies that are ending healthcare, like causing health insurance to go up and rural hospitals to close, are going to have that they're having the deleterious effect on those communities. So Keeper of Bees says he mocks us. We mock you because you have no clue. Bias. Okay. You're literally doing that right now. The fact you don't understand that's what you're doing is funny. Okay. Okay. I think I look pretty good for 58. Honestly. I still have hair. My God, at least we aren't led by the Democrats. Okay. Bees, do you have anything constructive to say? I don't mind reading your comments, but do you think you could maybe say something that has to do with anything instead of just like these snarky comments. Like, please, like, just can you please try to be an adult? I'm not trying to be mean. As you know, I mean, it's like, but seriously, I mean, like, try and Skippy will remind me if I fall off the wagon. My wife told me to be nice, but let's not, like. Can you just try and have an adult conversation, bees? Please, please, I'm begging you. All right, so let's where we go. All right, so then in 82 and 83 there was the, so we're going back to the War Powers Act. So Reagan deployed Marines to Lebanon. Congress eventually authorized 18 months, but only after troops were already there and dying. Established pattern, deploy first, seek authorization later. So when this happened, so my dad was a diplomat and I was living in Liberia. And I was living on the base, and they have these Marines at the embassy that guard the embassy. And a lot of these Marines were like maybe a couple of years older than we were. And so we kind of were friendly with the Marines. And we even, like, we'd go on these school trips. I wouldn't say school trips, but they were like high school kids that were children of the diplomats would go on these outings together to like different areas of Liberia. And we'd be accompanied by the Marines because, like, to protect us. And I was on one of these trips and I was sitting there talking to this Marine friend of mine, and he was telling me about when he had been deployed to Lebanon when the barracks were bombed, and he had been in a he was living in the barracks that had been bombed, and he had been flipped a coin with his roommate to see who was gonna go make a beer run or something like that. And he lost the coin toss, so he had to go and get the beer. And while he was going out and getting the beer, that's when the bombings happened. And so he was like telling me about this. He was saying he never could reconcile whether he won or lost that coin toss. Like, he was alive because of it, but otherwise he would be dead. If I was Trump's, anyway, just sort of a moving story to me. But that was a very sad reality of that authorization. I think we forget about how, like, people actually die because of these wars. Real Americans actually die, and not just, and people in other countries. So in 86, Reagan bombed Libya in response to terrorism, notified Congress after the fact, claimed inherent Article 2 authority for defensive strikes. No congressional authorization was ever sought. In 1991, there was the Gulf War authorization. Bush Sr. sought congressional authorization for Gulf War, but only after deploying 500,000 troops. Claimed he didn't legally need it. Congress authorized, but precedent set authorization as optional courtesy. So that's the only time it was actually granted. In 1992, national interest test created. Office of Legal Counsel creates a two-part test. Does it serve important national interests? And does it bring the nation into war? No criteria provided for either question. This becomes the framework that swallows the Constitution. So we've got this situation now where we have these just legal memos that dictate policy instead of the Constitution. The Constitution is really clear that Congress has the right to declare war. And what we have now is a situation where it's been, like across presidencies, where presidents have just usurped that constitutional power from Congress. Echo says everything is national security based on our dumb NSC. I think Josh Shapiro or Roy Cooper would be good for foreign policy. All I know is I want Mark Kelly to be the next Secretary of Defense so that he can drag Pete Kegsbreath's ass in front of a court martial and prosecute him for war crimes, because that would just make me happy. Was war declared in are you asking about in 1992 or 1991 with the I don't think war was declared, but I think the military force was authorized. We've gotten into this weird kind of gray area where the military is doing war things but not declaring actual war, and that's one of those it's not a gray area that the framers intended. And that's my point here, is that we've carved out this whole thing that is not real. It doesn't actually exist. Like the difference between military action and war is not a thing that the framers had in mind. And I feel like we need to just go back to either you have war or you don't. Like this whole, carve out where there's military action that's not a war is not a real thing. Either declare war or don't. Isn't Kelly in trouble right now? Okay, so Kegsbreath is saying that he wants to take away Kelly's pension and lower his rank because Kelly quoted the UCMJ to the troops. He was talking about a court martial. Clearly, he got laughed out of the room. So I think he's trying to unilaterally do this. Kelly has done nothing wrong, nothing illegal. And then it just so happened that it came out afterwards that when Kelly was talking about it's unlawful to give an unlawful or to obey an unlawful order, turned out that Kegsbreath was actually giving out unlawful orders, and like textbook unlawful orders. And then he tried to hide from it, and then he tried to hide the videos, and we've kind of forgotten all about this because we've gone like 2 news cycles since then. But yeah, double tap war crimes are unlawful orders, and these were textbook war crimes. So Kegsbreath belongs in Leavenworth. He's an Arizona senator, Skippy. Does the president need Congress to approve of deploying the Marine Corps? Yes. I mean, constitutionally speaking, yes. This is kind of what I'm talking about with the War Powers Act. There's been so much stretching and tearing and mutilating of the Constitution with this whole fake distinction between military action and actual war. But that's why I was like earlier, if you were here, I was talking about if somebody did this to the United States, would it be an act of war? If another country were to come and bomb Washington, D.C. to take out its power, then invade the White House, kidnap Donald Trump and Melania Trump, and then take them back to their country to be tried for crimes, would we consider that an act of war? Like, if somebody were to do something to us, would we consider that an act of war? If we would consider that an act of war, if we're doing it to somebody else, we should consider that an act of war. And if we're going to consider that an act of war, then we should have congressional authorization and a declaration of war. Hold up. We have the Secretary of Defense on tape saying the exact same things they are charging him for. Yes. Yeah, we have Keg's Breath has actually, there's recordings of Keg's Breath saying it's unlawful to obey a lawful order. If I was Trump's PR advisor, things would be run a lot differently. He is dividing the GOP and uniting the Democrats. The problem is Trump doesn't take advice from anybody. Remember yesterday when you were on live stream and you read an AI response about Venezuela and still refused to? Okay, I remember on Saturday I was on live stream and I remember I don't know if you were the one, but no, the AI response I was talking about actually confirmed what I was saying. The point is that I think what you're referring to is actually about the War Powers Act, which the War Powers Act was to limit the presidential powers. It wasn't to give him more presidential powers. Something that you still seem to be struggling with. I was not corrected by the AI response. I was correcting this misconception with the AI response, which actually was consistent with what I was saying and vindicated what I was saying. It did not prove what I was saying was wrong. We've got our first trans kids in the bingo. Somebody brought up the trans. Yeah, I was admitted I was wrong about something else. That was about the long COVID or the COVID testing. So yes, if I am wrong about something, I will admit it. But I was not wrong about the anything to do with Venezuela that I'm aware of. No. Yes, showing me comments that people said that show they still do not understand what the War Powers Act does not mean that I was wrong. It just means they're incapable of understanding the distinction. The president has the authority to infiltrate the deployment, but continued engagement in hostilities requires congressional authorization. The president, okay, you're still not getting it. The War Powers Act does not change anything in the Constitution. To change the Constitution would actually require a constitutional amendment. The Constitution still gives Congress. They're the ones that have the role of declaring war. Nothing changed with the War Powers Act. The War Powers Act does not give the president the authority to declare war. It doesn't change that. What happened is that the president had been doing things like making military action and police action as something that was like effectively war, but just not calling it war. And so the War Powers Act said if you do something like that, you have to notify Congress within 48 hours and you have you can't do it more than 60 days without congressional approval. This was a limitation on what the president had been doing. It was not permission for the president to keep doing it. I don't know what your last message is. I don't see. Okay, if I was a Trump, I when the so all right, so let's go back here. I'm caught up on the comments. All right. Okay, so in 1992, the national interest test was created, which was again just a test. It wasn't. This was just a lawyer set of thing. This was the Office of Legal Counsel. This was not something that Congress approved of. It didn't change the Constitution. So then in 1999, Clinton conducted a 78-day bombing campaign without congressional authorization. So like I said, it's both Democrats and Republicans have been doing it. Clinton conducted a 78-day bombing campaign without congressional authorization, which exceeded the 60-day limit. He claimed NATO operations didn't constitute hostilities. Legal challenge dismissed as non-judiciable political question. So this is what I mean when you start doing war things like a bombing campaign, but just calling it other words. But it's still war. The framers did not envision people inventing other words for things that were act of war. If Kosovo had bombed the United States for 78 days, it would be an act of war. Like, we need to start calling war things war. The problem is that we have president after president, Republican and Democrat, doing war things, but just not calling them war. And then because of that, we're getting around it. And then the War Powers Act was saying, if you're going to use the military to do things, these are the stipulations. And now even the stipulations, the limitations that are put on that are being reversed into being tacit permission. Like, it was supposed to be, if you do this, you have, if you have to do this under certain conditions, you have 48 hours to notify Congress, and you have to do it for 60 days. And now it's being presented as long as you do it, notify Congress within 48 hours, and you get approval within 60 days, it's okay. Unless you decide it's not okay, and you're going to keep, or unless you decide you can do it more than 60 days, or unless you decide you don't need to notify Congress. So then the AUM, the authorization for use of military force, was passed 3 days after 9/11, initially targeted Al-Qaeda and Taliban. There was never approval to invade Iraq. It was eventually stretched to justify operations in 19 countries against groups that didn't exist in 2001, such as ISIS. And it's even being used by the Trump administration to talk about the cartels. I'm pretty sure the cartels did not plan 9/11. But what happened is ISIS came along. Obama used this imaginary thing that didn't exist of associated forces to include ISIS. And then Congress didn't call him to carpet on that, because Congress didn't want to give him authorization, because they just didn't want to give Obama anything, the Republican Congress. But at the same time, they couldn't be exactly seen as like being against ISIS or being pro-ISIS. And so instead, they complained and said that he didn't ask for enough force, and so they just didn't give him any authorization at all. What Obama should have done, in my opinion, is said, okay, if you don't give me authorization to use force, then I'm not going to do it. And then you have to bear that out in the next election. So, but the Libya, that was also another one. Obama conducted 7-month air campaign in Libya without authorization. After 60 days, claimed ongoing bombing wasn't hostilities under War Powers resolution because no U.S. ground troops were sustained. Comment State Department versus DOJ legal opinions. And this is where I just say, if somebody did it to us, would that be an act of war? If Libya bombed us for 7 months but didn't have ground troops, would we consider that an act of war? I'm pretty sure that Pearl Harbor didn't involve ground troops. I think it was just a ground campaign or just an air campaign. I might be wrong, but I'm fairly certain there were no ground troops involved. And that was just one day. That was an act of war. We declared war the next day, but at least Congress declared war. If somebody were to do it to us, would that be an act of war? And if it is an act of war, Congress needs to declare it. Like I think that's a fairly simple premise to the discussion that I would think everybody should agree with. I don't understand why anybody would want to argue with that. Like, if it were to happen to us, would it be an act of war? And if it would be an act of war, should Congress approve it? Hey, I got some hearts for that. I think it's just crazy that we apply our laws worldwide. In other countries, we really are the same as Russia. Yeah. The whole, especially the machine gun thing. Like, that is like, we apply our gun laws to other countries, but not our own citizens. Like, the people that live here are not subject to and it's especially ironic considering that the people who are imposing this law are some of the most stringent anti-gun law people there are, unless it's Hunter Biden or apparently Maduro. Those are the only people that gun laws should apply to. So Happy says to Kitty, yes, I agree that would benefit the nation and his ratings. However, so this is about this is an internal conversation. One problem is the politicians play word games. I agree. And I have a dashboard written up because I think a big part of our problem as a country is that we've gotten to a point where we're no longer a two-party system. We are more of we're not a three-branch system, we're a two-party system. And as a result, we have gotten to where we don't look at issues, we look at sides. So we don't look at what should we do about Venezuela, we just look at what side of the issue are you on. We don't look at what should we do about immigration, we look at what side of the issue are you on. And so there's only two options. There's only ever two options. And since there's only two options ever, and neither one option is really usually very good, we end up just complaining about the two-party system. We don't address things as problems or as solutions or as issues which need to be solved. Ironically, I think the last thing we really tried to look at that way was healthcare and the Affordable Care Act. It's one of the most debated issues we've had in like my lifetime. There were whole scale amendments that were offered by both sides. We had like 100, I think it was like a year and a couple of months that it was being debated in Congress. There were people from like Chuck Grassley was very invested and very involved in it. So it's not like it was just hardcore Democrats ramming something through until it came time to vote. And then it was like all the Republicans voted against it, even though they had participated in the debate process all along and just wanted to say that was all, jammed through. What I'd really like to see, and I mean this, is more things like that, but like where there is honest debate, there is honest discussion, there's honest amendments offered, and then people vote based on that, not just based on whether or not they got exactly everything they wanted. Now we've got a thing where Republicans are passing through things like the One Big Beautiful Bill Act without even allowing the Democrats to read it. And without them reading it, for that matter. Yes, by Israel Netanyahu approved it, even gave a hearing in Congress to go after 5 countries, and all 5 countries were hit. I'm not. Syria was wild airspace. We had U.S. and Russian fighters intercepting each other daily. Also, chat on guard frequency. Interesting. I don't know what that's. When you say U.S. and Russian fighters, you're talking about the planes, not the pilots, right? A lot of these wars, especially in the Soviet era, were just means of testing our weapons against Soviet weapons. I'm not sure how much, that's what the what's the word? These, not surrogate wars, but something like that. Libya was blamed on a riot video, wasn't it? I'm not. I'm fuzzy on my recollection of that. I think there was some. I think there was a riot, but I don't know if it was blamed on that. Happy says resistance. Katie, we may disagree on certain issues, and the establishments may try to divide us, but we are both rational Americans who use common sense and are ready to question the system we need. And I agree with that, Happy. And that's what I'm trying to get. Like, I wish we as a society and as a political body could address issues as issues. Like, I do not know a single American that does not think we don't need some kind of immigration reform. And we've needed immigration reform for 40 years now. But for some reason, we are incapable of having a conversation, an adult conversation about immigration reform. Like, there are things that I think a lot of people can agree on. Like, I think that sometimes if I talk about immigration reform, people are like, oh, who's going to pick our cotton, as though what I am arguing for is slavery. But I think that there is an aspect of undocumented immigration, which is especially when you're talking about low wage workers, it can lower the wage floor for some people, and I think that's a real problem. But I also think that there's the issue where there are some people that simply cannot stay in business without immigration, and I think that's a real problem. I think we need to be able to look at both of those things. Like, how can we restore low wage immigration to where it's not hurting jobs, but it's also allowing, like, farmers to continue employing immigrants, because there just are not Americans to do them. We lost 235,000 agriculture jobs this year. Mass deportations are actually hurting that issue. result, we have like thousands of farms, privately owned farms, that are going bankrupt. And on top of that, you have, like the tariffs and things like that, which are compounding the problem. But it costs a small farmer $7,000 per worker per season more to employ a legal immigrant than they do an illegal immigrant. And so if they need 10 workers and they're making $50,000, well, 10 times 7,000 is $70,000. And so they are going to lose money if they and lose $20,000 if they hire legal immigrants. And so you're basically making it impossible for them to stay in business and do so legally. And I think some of them probably don't feel good about they have to hire illegal immigrants. But they can't get American workers because American workers don't want the job. And they can't hire legal immigrants because they can't stay in business. So what does that mean? That means we need to change our immigration laws. Like right now, our immigration laws are such that they have to like first advertise. They have for co-workers, for American workers for so many days. Then they have to advertise, like pay for the legal process. They have to pay for their worker to come up, the transportation for the worker. They have to pay for their rent. They have to pay for their food the entire time they're here. And they have to pay them the going rate. And so it's like all that other stuff that's over and above what they would have to pay an American worker. And American workers don't want the jobs. Why not get rid of just some of the requirements that they have to pay for food and lodging, so that they could at least make it affordable to have legal immigrants come up and do those jobs? Why not make it so that those people who come up and do those jobs don't just come up seasonally? What if they came up all the time and had a pathway to citizenship? Like, then they could become good at their job. They could grow in that role, and then the farmer can actually improve their lot in life by improving this immigrant's lot in life. Like, I think we need to have honest conversations about immigration instead of just the border open or the border closed. Like we've become so binary in that conversation that it's impossible to find solutions. So anyway, this is I'm like way off topic here, but I feel like this is where we're at with this whole Venezuela war thing, and with the expansion of presidential powers, is that whoever's in charge, they're doing this thing, and then their side has to rush to their defense rather than look at it holistically and look at, do we want the president of the United States to have unilateral power on when we go to war and just not call it war? Because the framers of the Constitution did not want that. And any reasonable person should not want that. Because we always talk about what happens when it's the next guy. Well, right now, it's the next guy. To a lot of people, it's the next guy. So, anyway, sorry, I went on a bit of a diatribe. I've got some comments here. For many years, migrant farm workers came here on a work visa. That always works. You don't know. Okay. Actually, Russell, can I explain to you for what happened? That visa is called an H-2A visa, and the specifics of those visas, which I just relayed to you, are what makes it impossible for them to come over now, because it's so expensive and so hard to get. again, this is like, can we get past the you don't know what you're talking about? I do know what I'm talking about. I've actually studied this. I've actually researched it and looked into it. All right. I think we need to solve the immigration problem. Right now, there is no realistic way for a lot of farms to come in to function. And as this problem has evolved, we used to have, I think it was um like in 1980, we had, want to say 1.5 million private farms. Now we have like 900,000. And we're going to lose another 400,000 over the next 4 years due to mass deportations. So, like losing 2/3 of the private farms and all of those, everybody's like, oh, we're letting China buy up all our farms. Actually, corporations are buying up all those farms. And we need to like have discussions about issues and actually listen to what each other has to say and have real conversations instead of you're an idiot kind of things. And it's like I've fallen into that trap before and I'm trying to like pull myself out. I'm trying to like I don't want to even say lead by example because I don't want to even imply that I'm leading. I just want to be an example of that. So Happy says no American really wants America to go downhill. We all just have different ideas of how to improve it. And I think the way to improve it is to listen to all of those ideas and to have discussions about those ideas instead of for Trump or against Trump or for Obama or against Obama, instead of just making the discussion about, like TDS. Like, oh, you disagree with me, therefore you have TDS. That is not a constructive way to have a debate or even a discussion. I don't even want to have debates. I want to have discussions. I want to be able to talk about issues. Yes, but Russell, I see what you're saying about migrant farmers came here on a visa, been that way. You don't seem to understand what I am saying. And I don't know if you're not listening or what, but again, it hasn't been working that way for years. And that's why we need to change it. The specifics of the visa that they're coming over here on are inaffordable to so many of the employers, and they're destructive to our economy. And yelling things like 20 million illegal immigrants, letting in 20 million immigrants, which are just totally not fact-based. These ridiculous, preposterous exaggerations of how many illegal immigrants Joe Biden let in. They do not facilitate conversation. And the actual number is 4 million that came over here, and those 4 million are mostly asylum seekers. Using made up numbers doesn't really help. And asylum is a human right. Like, we need to have real conversations about immigration instead of what you are doing. Instead of what you are doing. And no, I'm not lying. And I do want a discussion. But what you're having is you're just yelling Republican talking points. You are being the perfect example of what I am trying to say we shouldn't be doing. Like, can you tell me how you would reconcile? Like, can you tell me what visa they're coming over on? Like, do you even know what the visa is? Can you tell me the difference between an H-2A visa and an H-2B visa? Can you tell me how many H-2B visas there are allowed? Yeah, I think abortions are a unique topic. We most likely disagree, but I would say both sides also bring good arguments to the table. Most Republicans and Democrats don't let constructive talk place. I think one of the basic underlying premise of the abortion debate is, when does life begin? And the way I look at this is, you've got, one of two things is true, right? Uh, the people that are pro-choice believe that life begins somewhere in the middle of the pregnancy. Like, most agree that viability is the issue. Can that fetus survive on its own? And people that are pro-life believe that the moment it is conceived, life begins. That's generally the issue. And if you believe that viability is the issue, then it is kind of the ultimate government overreach to try and regulate a woman's body and say, based on my religious beliefs, you cannot do this thing. Like, that is, to the pro-life person or the pro-choice person, that is the most insane overreach. And to the pro-life person that believes that life begins at conception, then, according to their framing, it's murder to abort a baby at any point. And so, to them, it's government overreach to allow for anybody to, like, murder this unborn child. And so, and to me, that's not a gray area. There's no gray area between those two positions. There's not like, well, they're sort of born in the first. My belief is that, if you don't believe in abortion, don't get one. Nobody's precluding you from not getting an abortion. Nobody's mandating abortions. I'm sorry. Nobody's forcing anybody to. Only one side forces the other to accept their side. Only one side is legislating their belief on the other side. Although the people that are pro-life would say, but you're legislating your belief over the unborn child. So that one's kind of harder to have a conversation on. An issue I think that most people have some agreement on, and there will be people that will contest the, outside of that. But I'd say 10% of the people, 80% of the people, the middle 80% of the people on gun control agree that there should be some level of gun control. Like, there might be like 10% of the people that think that nobody should ever be able to buy a gun for any reason. And there are some people that would say anybody should be able to buy a gun for any reason. Regardless of whether they have a criminal history, regardless of what they're going to do with it. Like, there just should be no gun laws at all. And so you got the 10% that are pro-gun and the 10% that are anti-gun. But I think the middle 80% are in some sense of, I think that people should be able to buy a gun if they are law-abiding citizens, and some people might want to have a variety of opinions on what law-abiding citizen means. Some people might want to decide, well, maybe there should be certain limitations on what kind of gun there is. But that's what I mean when I say that's where we need to have a discussion. What are the limitations, not whether or not we have them? And that's where I wish we could, like, sit down and talk through issues and have real conversation. Like, somebody would say, well, what about red flag laws? And these are something that's been talked about. Well, okay. Is there a fair discussion to be had about red flag laws? Like, if you're an abusive husband whose wife just got a restraining order, and you've threatened to kill her, should the government be able to come and take away your guns? And then the counter to that would be, well, who's to determine when that is and what that means? And so, like, should a judge do it? Is just the wife going down and filing out a police report, is that sufficient? Like people will have different opinions, but that's where we have a conversation. And we don't have those conversations. We don't even have those conversations in Congress. And that's where I think we're at as a country. That's why I think we have issues. Because we don't discuss issues, we just discuss sides. It doesn't matter to me enough for me to spend time on it. However, people trying to force their ethics or morals on others, I'm not a fan of. Yeah, I always find it funny when people say, like on the so Happy says, my beliefs, but I think some gun laws would be common sense. Why would someone be wary of regulations unless they had something to hide? Reform equals safety and improvement in most cases. I think, like when you say, "Oh, law-abiding citizens should be able to buy guns," and then if I say law-abiding citizens should be able to say guns, and then you say, "Why do you want to take my guns away?" You're telling me you're not a law-abiding citizen. I don't think that's relevant. Bud Russell says, I Googled the migrant farm workers visa and it's grown fivefold since 2008. That's irrelevant. It's not about how many there are, it's about how expensive they are and what's required to get them. And as a result, you have like a third of private farms have closed since 1980. We need to have immigration reform. I'm not saying we don't need to have immigration laws. I'm saying we need to reform what those laws are. When laws hurt America, we need to change those laws. All right. So let's go back I to the actual topic. So in 2014, so we're still under Obama, but also now branching into Trump. Obama used the 2001 Authorization for Use of Force Act, and then Trump also did in Syria. Then Trump ordered strikes against Syria in response to chemical weapons use without congressional authorization, claimed it served U.S. national interests, and didn't constitute bringing the nation to war. The 1992 test in action. So this is going back to the national interest thing, which is, again, that was just a legal counsel's test. That is not something that's in law. And a lot of times you'll see, oh, well, and the media will like say, well, there was a legal counsel memo that said this. Well, legal counsel memo is not law, and the legal counsel memo is not constitution. That is somebody from a presidential administration trying to sell their talking point. That is not a legal opinion. That's not necessary. It might be an opinion about a law, but it is not an opinion that can replace law. In 2020, Trump ordered drone strike, killing an Iranian general, Qasem Soleimani, in Iraq, nearly triggered a war with Iran. We were not at war with Iran, and we're killing their generals. There was no congressional authorization. He claimed Article 2 authority and imminent threat that was never demonstrated. This is the problem with imminent threat. And they're using imminent threat as part of their justification for Venezuela. But imminent threat actually has to be an imminent threat. And this is what I mean when I say they have just taken the War Powers Act and just used it as blanket permission to do whatever they want. And there was supposed to be limitations, but they've just discarded those limitations and used the bogus narrative that it gives them limitation. Russell, when you say so did Obama and Bill Clinton, weren't you in here when I said it was Obama and Clinton also? Like, I don't know why you're saying so did Obama and Bill Clinton. I'm agreeing with that. I'm actually saying that. Like, as soon as I get to Trump, though, it's like, is it okay with Trump? Or like, my whole point is that we have been doing this since World War II, since the end of World War II. We did it in Korea. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in Cambodia. We did it in Libya. We did it in Lebanon. The only president that hasn't done it is Carter since World War II. JFK did it. LBJ did it. Richard Nixon did it. Gerald Ford did it. Ronald Reagan did it. George H.W. Bush did it. Bill Clinton did it. George W. Bush did it. Barack Obama did it. Donald Trump did it in his first term. Joe Biden did it. And now Donald Trump is doing it again. So don't tell me so did Obama and Bill Clinton. I already said Obama and Bill Clinton did it. You were right here when I, like literally 2 minutes ago, I was saying Barack Obama did it. Let's say now with the 2025 Venezuela blockade, even before this invasion of Venezuela, there was the blockade, which is an act of war. Like I really don't understand how we can't accept that, like just accept this premise. If somebody else were to do it to us, would we consider that an act of war? If another country blockaded us, would we consider that an act of war? If somebody did it to us, if somebody doing it to us would be an act of war, us doing it to somebody else should be an act of war. And if it's an act of war, Congress should declare war. And this is across presidents. This is across Congress. This is across campaigns. It doesn't mean that every single thing we did wrong. We were wrong. But if you're not wrong, go to Congress, get an authorization for war, get a declaration. Okay. So Jimmy Carter, he had one WPR report filed, no violations of the War Powers Act. Ronald Reagan, he filed 14. He violated it 3 times. He was an expansionist. George H.W. Bush, he filed 7. He got 2 violations, but then he also had to go and say that he didn't really need to. He was just doing it. Bill Clinton, he filed for 60. He violated it 4 times, and his biggest pattern was the exceeding the 60-day moratorium. George W. Bush filed 39. He made 39. He had major violations, I think it ended up being 19 countries or something through the whole AUMF expansion. Barack Obama, he filed multiple. He had 5 major violations by redefining hostilities, by redefining what is meant by the associated forces. That was language that was invented under Obama. Donald Trump in his first term, 4 major violations with strikes on various countries. And now we've got multiple violations. He's bombed 6 or 7 countries. He's threatening several more. He invaded Venezuela. He kidnapped a leader. He blockaded that country. So since 1973, there has been no congressional declarations of war. There's been 3 explicit authorizations, which, they'll authorize military use without declaring war. That's like what happened with the first Gulf War. They've stretched the 2001 authorized use of military force 7 times. They've tried 11 times just to use Article 2 as the sole authority, which again is not what the framers had in mind. The framers did not give the president the authority to declare use of military force. It just didn't. And they expressly said the opposite. There is a reason that in Article 1 they give the Congress the power to declare war. They did not envision this area where the president would declare, military action without there being war. At their time, military action and war were synonymous. We've invented this carve out, and we've said that Article 2 gives them that power. This is not a power that any court has ever recognized. It's made up. It is entirely embedded in Office of Legal Counsel memos. It's not a real thing. And it's actually anti-constitutional, and it's 100% against what the framers expressly intended. And there's been over 21 actions that are just completely not authorized. So you had World War II. We actually declared war. Korea, we called that a UN police action. In 1964 to 1973, that was police action from the Tonkin Resolution. The 2001 to present was the blank chest, AUMF. And 2025, we're not even pretending to have any congressional authority to do that. So critical findings, the national interest test has no limits. Was created in 1992. This framework allows presidents to use military force for any reason they deem a national interest without defining what that means. It provides no meaningful constraint on presidential power. And again, this is a memo. I can't emphasize this enough. This is a memo. It is not a law. It is something that somebody said. The 2001 authorization of authorized use of military force is a constitutional zombie. It was originally targeted at Al Qaeda and Taliban. It's been stretched to justify operations in 19 plus countries against groups that didn't exist when it was passed. It's now 3-year-old with no end in sight. It's like time to just chop that thing's head off and bury it. Courts won't intervene. Every attempt to litigate war powers violations has been dismissed as a non-judiciable political question. The judiciary has effectively abdicated its role in checking executive war powers. So Congress is not doing anything about it. It's not legislating anything. Even this Congress, they had a chance to vote and say, no, you can't do anything more against Venezuela unless we authorize it. And they voted against doing that. And then Trump went and invaded another country illegally. There's nothing in there that says it doesn't say, the Constitution doesn't say if Congress decides not to stop the president from declaring war, then that means the president can declare war. No, it says that Congress has the right to declare war. Only Congress does. There's not like this tacit permission for the president to go out and declare war on whoever he wants unless Congress says no. That's not what the War Powers Act means. And that's the way it has been discussed in the military or in the media and by the Trump administration and by previous administrations. And it's wrong. It's just wrong. It's time to stop pretending that's what it means. And now the judicial branch is not involving itself in that because it's like saying, well, that's a political question. Well, what the heck do you think you're supposed to be doing? You're the judicial branch. You're part of the separation of powers. Like, do your job. And again, this is not just this one time. This is an erosion over 70 years. Consultation means notification. The requirements to consult Congress has been reduced to informing them after decisions are made. Presidents deploy first, then notify Congress as a courtesy, not to seek approval. This is like, that saying, it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. That's and now it's not even asking for forgiveness. It's just offering a post de facto justification. Definition creep hostilities has been redefined to exclude sustained bombing campaigns. Authorization has been stretched to cover conflicts the authorizers never imagined. Every time in war powers resolution is being reinterpreted to expand presidential power. It's a bipartisan expansion. To the guy that said, well, Clinton and Obama, yeah, I agree. And I think I've made that pretty strong point that both parties have been doing it. Presidents of both parties have systemically expended war powers. Each administration builds on the precedents set by the predecessor, regardless of party. Congressional complicity. Congress could act, but often doesn't. War powers resolutions consistently fail. Members prefer to avoid politically difficult votes. Silence is interpreted as consent. I think some of this just has to do with people feel like if they vote against war, they're going to get voted out of office. Like, we are an inherent warmongering society, and which is why even you get a guy that ran on no new wars, and now the people that voted for no new wars are saying, I voted for this. You didn't vote for this. You voted against this. But as soon as your guy did it, you jumped on board. You literally voted against no new wars. It was, like Ukraine bad and stop funding Ukraine. If Trump can conduct a naval blockade, an internationally recognized act of war, without congressional authorization, then the constitutional requirement, the Congress declares war is effectively dead. If we're going to be doing acts of war, you need to get it approved. Why is that a controversial thing? Congress declares war. That's in the Constitution. This is not a constitutional question. What's the only question I have is why nobody seems to care. Somebody says Rubio explained this perfectly. No, you weren't in here. Rubio did not explain this perfectly. Rubio said that this was a matter of law enforcement operation, and I already covered that, so I won't cover the whole thing in detail again, but it's not a law enforcement operation. It was an act of war. You bomb a capital city, you take away their power, you kill 40 to 80 of its citizens, and then you kidnap their president and first lady. That is an act of war. It is not a law enforcement operation, A. B, there's nothing in U.S. or international law that allows us to carry out law enforcement operations in other countries. That's why we have extradition treaties. We have an extradition treaty with Venezuela that we didn't even request anybody to be extradited. You can't just go into other countries and kidnap their presidents because law enforcement. Think critically. Would according to you and according to Rubio, would any nation be able to indict any leader and then just go in there and take them out? Because by this logic, that's what you're saying. It's not just, does this apply to this situation with this person? Would this apply in any situation to any person? If Venezuela decided that Trump acted illegally in kidnapping their leader, would it be okay for them to extradite, to indict Trump in their court, then send in their military elite force to kidnap Donald Trump, kill a bunch of people in the process, cut out the shut down the entire city of Washington, D.C., and then prop up its own puppet government and make some their Secretary of State, Viceroy of the United States. No, Rubio did not explain it perfectly. Rubio gave a post what Rubio gave a bunch of BS is what he did. If the president, and yet after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, we had Rick Young says if the president waited for Congress to authorize something, that would never get done. Except that we were able to get the last time the president asked somebody to declare war, it took less than 24 hours to get things done. Brett says, I felt Rubio looked like the creepy guy in Deadpool. The only, he looks like he has perpetual oh, thanks, Zone. Thank you for your contribution to the effort here. The best excuse I've heard is universal justification. But even that is half-assed. He was going to turn himself in. Right. And you know what, Russell? We don't have the right to just decide that you need he has the right to not turn himself in. As a member of another country, he is not subject to US laws. We can't just indict somebody and then say turn yourself in or we're going to come and conquer you. Somebody that's such a weird answer. We did Saddam Hussein. Technically, what we did with Saddam Hussein is different, because what we did with Saddam Hussein is we arrested him and then we gave him over to Iraqi authorities. Iraqi authorities prosecuted him. We didn't bring him back here and prosecute him. Iraq prosecuted him. And as I've already covered, our premise for invading Iraq was wrong, and I said so at the time, and I've said so now. I don't think we should have invaded Iraq. So I don't like that we use past wrong things we did to justify doing wrong things we are doing now. Like when we say, oh, well, we did it then. Well, okay, if it was wrong then, it's still wrong now. So Maduro would have just extradited himself. No, he wouldn't have. But you know what? That doesn't justify it. We can't go into other countries and kidnap their citizens because they have laws against extraditing their citizens. We do not get to decide what is legal and illegal for the rest of the world. We have a right to protect our country, and we've been doing this in South America for over 100 years. Yes, A, we have a right to protect ourselves, but B, we weren't in any danger. Do you think that if we hadn't gone in and kidnapped Maduro this weekend, that America would have been conquered or something? What was the danger? What was the imminent risk? We've covered this already. There was no danger. So we're not protecting America. We're protecting Donald Trump's oil company. And in terms of, we've been doing this in South America for over 100 years. Dude, I spent over a week talking about this like a month ago. Going through detail about how we have been causing problems in South America for over 100 years. Going back all the way to 1906 with Roosevelt's own expansion of the Monroe Doctrine. And we did that with Colombia. We did that with the Panama. We did that with Hungary. We've done that with Guatemala. We've done it with country after country. And we keep overthrowing all of these countries and effectuating all this political change and all this political turmoil. And we've made it the most, like just this incredibly unstable region. And then when people try to leave and come here, we say, oh, you've got to fix your own business first. As though we're not the largest destabilizing factor in South America for over 100 years. So using that 100+ years of American imperialism to justify current American imperialism does not ring true with me. So Skippy says, give it a rest, bud. I'm no liberal and don't agree with most of what Kelly said, but you are insufferable. I don't know who he's talking to. But China and Venezuela were making a deal that China Western position. Okay, China and Venezuela are allowed to make treaties with each other. We do not have a right to say that Venezuela can't make treaties with anybody. And what they were doing that was going to position themselves or whatever, that doesn't give us the right to invade countries. Like, you can't say, oh, well, you made this treaty with this other country, therefore we get to invade you. If what can China invade us because we made a treaty with another country? Not at our expense. Yes, we do. I guess Russia had the right to put nukes. China wasn't putting nukes in Venezuela. But we put nukes, just for the record, we put nukes in Western Europe. We put nukes right next to the Soviet Union. Panama, yeah, Panama. The whole reason Panama even exists is because of the United States. Panama is a region that used to belong to Honduras. And what happened is, this is an interesting story. See if I can remember the, trying to think of the guy's name. Anyway, we went through all this trouble to get there was a French company that started building the Panama Canal. And then this guy, I can't think of his name, but like one of the larger brokerage firms, that's JP Morgan. The guy, actual JP Morgan guy, went and he bought out this company that had started building the Panama Canal, and it was like halfway done, and then they went bankrupt. And so he bought it for pennies on the dollar. Then he went to and he sold these stocks, and he got one of the key Congress people to change their vote on where this canal was going to be built. And it was going to be built in can't name, it was going to be built in another country, and Panama was a region in Honduras. And so he got Morgan got the vote changed so that he could at least make this offer to Honduras to finish the Panama Canal and buy this area. And then Honduras was going to get the Panama Canal within a couple of years anyway, and so they voted no. So then we sponsored a coup or a rebellion in this region that is now called Panama, and then they declared independence. And this was all set up by the CIA and backed by the US Navy. And so then we supported Panama in their invasion, or in their rebellion, Panama became a different country. We got ownership of the Panama Canal, and we signed like a 100-year lease with them. So yeah, Panama. And for like years, like 4 or 5% of our GDP was this money that came through the Panama Canal. And there was another, the other canal would have been actually better, but so we sponsored. Was it Guatemala? I want to say it was Guatemala. No, not Guatemala. Oh, it was the one that starts with an El Salvador, maybe. I forget. I have to look it up. But anyway, the other country that was going to have this canal, we sponsored a coup there to keep them from building it. And the guys, oh wait, no, Nicaragua. It would have been Nicaragua, because it was Sandinista. The guy that was leading the charge against this was the guy after the Sandinistas were named after. Anyway. There's 4 brand new infrastructures in Venezuela that we have no idea what they're doing. If you have information on what they're doing, you should probably speak with the government. So why was Panama trying to sell it? Panama wasn't trying to sell it. Panama didn't exist. France bought the rights to do it, and this French business, we shouldn't even say France, a French company bought the rights to build it. They got halfway through, and then they went bankrupt. So Morgan went to this company in France and bought the company from this business in France. You can say it wasn't an invasion. It was just a quick 3-hour extraction, except that right now, it was a quick 3-hour extraction, and now Venezuela is under American control. And Marco Rubio is the viceroy. This is Trump's word. The viceroy of Venezuela. So we removed their leader and replaced their government with a U.S. Secretary of State. So I think we can call it an invasion. If somebody did it to us, we would, we're going to quibble over the word invasion now. After you've been yelling for like the last 10 years about how immigrants are invading America. So like crossing the border isn't illegally is an invasion, but literally replacing the entire government is not an invasion. Yeah, Jimmy Carter returned the canal to Panama. Isn't that why BlackRock came in? Are you talking about with Iraq? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. He apparently Rubio is now being called the viceroy. I don't know exactly what one of the things that like just really is annoying on top of all the other annoying, like part of the annoying is the illegality and the other part of the annoying is the incompetence, and that they didn't even think through what they were going to do as another whole form of annoyance. The Venezuelan people don't seem too bothered. I don't know how many Venezuelan people you've talked to, but I imagine that you haven't talked to any, and what you've had is representations of some media of some people in Venezuela that might seem happy. I think there was also some like doctored footage of Venezuelans cheering in a World Cup, where it was like made to look like they were cheering this thing. But what I do know is that what happened is there were like runs on pharmacies, runs on grocery stores, and things like that, because right now Venezuelan people really don't know what to expect. I know that from what I hear, there are probably some that are happy that Maduro is no longer in charge, but they are not happy that the United States is now. Like it's and the last thing I'd say about this is Whether the Venezuelan people are bothered or happy about it is kind of irrelevant because it's still an act of war. You think, LOL, that's your opinion. It's not. I don't know what's my opinion, but it's probably not my opinion. It's probably a fact that you disagree with. Yes, millions of Americans aren't flooding the Venezuelan border. Right. That's not an invasion. Like, replace Venezuelans aren't replacing our government. Like, I would say that it's not about the number of people that are coming over the border. I think when you like literally change somebody's government and say that you are now their leaders, that's an invasion. Crossing a border illegally is not an invasion. Words mean things. Words mean things. Use words that mean what you are trying to say. I'm surprised Trump hasn't named his son or daughter as king of Venezuela. Probably only well, he's naming Marco Rubio is close enough. Why say another country when I was talking? Because when we acquired the area that is now Panama, Panama as a country did not exist. Panama exists as a country because we sponsored the coup from Honduras, or from Honduras. Or is it Venezuela? I sometimes these things get jumbled up in my head. Anyway, what? Okay, let me just be clear. It was Colombia. Sorry. That's it. Colombia. And then the other canal was going to go through Honduras. So I'm talking about Colombia because Panama was a territory of Colombia when we encouraged and facilitated the rebellion of Panama so that we could get the Panama Canal. That's why I'm talking about, because it's relevant. How many have you talked to that are on Venezuela? Yeah, I like, you know, all about, you are a liberal. I don't know what like being a liberal and knowing about edited video has anything to do with each other. I personally know nothing about like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean, Justin. It just seems like one of those things where it's like you're not trying to have a good faith discussion. You're just like trying to dismiss something because you don't like what it means. Like, whether I'm a liberal or not, and whether I know about edited video or not does not change the fact that there was an edited video of Venezuelans cheering at a soccer match to make it look like they were cheering the Trump takeover of Venezuela. If you're pointing to like hypocrisy or something, then if it's wrong for liberals to do it, then it's wrong for you to cite it as evidence. I never heard Venezuela saying U.S. stay out. I don't recall anybody ever polling. Well, actually, there was a poll that I read that asked about, you know, like that had like Mercado, or not Mercado, Maduro had like 27% popularity or whatever. And there was a question about U.S. intervention and whether or not you favored that, and there was like 13%. So there was polling done where the idea of U.S. intervening at all was incredibly unpopular, much less U.S. taking over and running it. So they were never asked the question. They were never given the opportunity to say stay out. So I'm not sure why you think this is is an honest rebuttal. We Venezuelans are ecstatic about Trump. Yes, Rob, posting from Russia, no doubt, is very happy to be Like Rob Brillhart. It sounds like a real Venezuelan name there. Maybe I don't believe you're from Venezuela, or that you're posting from Venezuela. You would be Austinite. I don't. In the age of AI, nothing is real unless Yeah. One thing that makes me sad about AI is that uh, deep fakes are so prevalent, and that has two results. One is people can believe what they want to believe, and then people can just not believe what they don't want to believe. So even if there's like actual evidence of something, then people can just dismiss that because they don't want to. How do I know what? Why did we give Venezuela? We gave Venezuelans asylum. I don't think we gave the entire country asylum. And because people were being persecuted. Again, like we've got to be careful we don't have a false framing here. This is not about whether or not Maduro was good or bad. This is about whether or not what we did was legal or illegal. Like Maduro can be bad and we reacted illegally. Like both of those things can be true. So like if somebody went in and robbed a bank and then I robbed the bank robber and killed the bank robber and stole all the money when he came out of the bank, that doesn't make me any more justified than the bank robber just because I killed the bank robber. Doing another wrong thing because somebody else did a wrong thing doesn't make the wrong thing right. Have you ever heard the expression two wrongs don't make them right? By who, Maduro? Don't know what I don't know what you're asking, in all honesty, by the wolves. When you say by who, Maduro, what do you mean by who? Who by? Oh, you're asking about who is being persecuted by? Yeah, but again, it's not about whether Maduro was good or bad. If you're really concerned about Maduro and you're really concerned about the democratic election of Venezuela, why hasn't Donald Trump mentioned Gonzalez? Why is he making the United States in charge of Venezuela instead of the guy who actually won the election? If this is a political thing, why isn't he doing that? Maduro is bad, and nobody's defending Maduro. But that doesn't justify what we did. Who's going to arrest the US? Might makes right. It stopped the suffering of the people. Did it? Did it stop the suffering of the people? We don't know yet. And again, we can still do the right thing the right way. Doing like what there's a verse in the Bible. Do evil that good may come? Absolutely not. That's a verse from the Bible. That's what you're arguing. So what you want to tell us? So you want this evil to fester? No, I'm saying this is the false dichotomy. So you want to do this evil? You want this evil to fester and not do nothing to stop it? No. Are you suggesting that the only way to stop it was that this weekend, without any going through the UN, without any going through Congress, like the one and only way to stop it was to go and kidnap Maduro this weekend? Are you that unimaginative? Are you that limited in your thinking that it's only those two were the only options? We already did take over Venezuela. Marco Rubio is the viceroy. We're talking about what we're going to do about their oil. Donald Trump has just incessantly talked about the oil. We have members of Congress talking about the oil. We have J.D. Vance talking about the oil. Everybody is talking about the oil, and we've made Marco Rubio viceroy. We haven't said one. Donald Trump has not even mentioned Gonzalez's name. Not one person in the administration has even mentioned his name one time. So yes, we are taking over Venezuela. And calling me adult doesn't change that. Why do Americans think they know more about Venezuela politics than Venezuela? Why do Trump supporters think that they can talk about Venezuela? Like, I think that Venezuelan. Why did Trump supporters think that asking questions like this means they speak for Venezuela? Yeah, who put you as spokesman for Venezuela, Linda Hernandez, 1154? Okay. Mark Beb. How do you say that? Mark. Stop crying, you idiot. You don't know what's going on. No, we aren't. We have more oil than them. Oh, we have more oil than them. Well, no, we don't actually. Venezuela has the most oil in the world. The other side says their oil is dirty. Their oil is dirty. Which like not dirty in the sense that it's like it's very crude. It's harder to refine. It's just because it's Trump. That's all. Trump is the one that keeps talking about the oil. Trump brings it up. I don't think they do, but Venezuelan. Okay, Echo, I don't know that you're Venezuelan, and I know you're not all of Venezuela. I don't know that you like. I know for a fact that Venezuela is not expressed by a single opinion, and so I don't. Yeah, but not all crude is the same. Like, okay. So what it means that Venezuela oil is heavy crude means it's thick, dense, viscous like tar, has high sulfur, sour, and is harder and more expensive to extract and refine than lighter oils, requiring specialized refineries and technology like steam injection. But it's valuable for producing diesel and asphalt. This contrasts with lighter crudes, making it challenging to process, but ideal for certain complex U.S. Gulf Coast refineries built for it, notes the conversation. So I don't know if that makes a difference to you, but that's what people are talking about when they talk about Venezuela's oil. It's not like some partisan attack against Trump. And I would also like to point out that the idea that Trump wouldn't do something because it's stupid just negates everything that Trump has ever done. Like Trump does a lot of things that are stupid. Like he's hardly like this is a guy that takes extra aspirin, an unhealthy amount of aspirin, and admits to taking an unhealthy aspirin against medical advice because he doesn't want thick blood pumping through his heart. So, like let's not argue that Trump wouldn't do something because it's stupid. He does stupid things even though they're stupid. Echo, the ones there should have a say. And that's why I keep bringing up Gonzalez. Gonzalez won the election. Gonzalez is the one that the majority of Venezuelans voted for. Even Mercado says that he should be president. Donald Trump hasn't mentioned his name once. So when you say, shouldn't Venezuelans have a say? Shouldn't Venezuelans have a say? Like, if you want Venezuelans to have a say, why don't you listen to what they said? Hey, Lord Demetrius, Dementis, I agree. It depends on whether or not Congress challenges this. And you're kind of, I don't know if you just got here, but I went through a big long thing talking about how Congress has just gradually over the last 70 years, even century, just handed over its power to do to declare war to the president, and how it's been a gradual thing with every president except for Carter. Carter's the only one that didn't try to expand that power. And yes, I include other Democrats like Clinton and Obama in that, and Biden. But it's also Nixon did it, and Reagan did it, and both Bushes did it, and Trump did it both terms. Because my media is always right. It has nothing to do with whose media it is. I don't even know what media you're talking about. Like, Gonzalez won the election. That's the UN recognizes that. The US recognizes that. Unhinged TDS. You're talking to somebody named Un. It does need approval if it involves hostilities and goes past 60 days. It needs hostility. It needs approval to go past 60 days. And people have, it's like, what does hostilities mean? They've gotten around it by redefining what hostilities mean, and they've gotten around, the 60-day limit. Clinton went past the 60-day limit. When did he declare war? You keep saying it. What I keep saying is that he committed an act of war. And this whole declare war thing is how we've gotten around the constitutional thing. But that's why I keep saying, if somebody did this to the United States, would we consider that an act of war? If another country were to bomb Washington, D.C., take out our power grid, and storm the White House, kidnap Donald Trump and Melania Trump, and then take them to another country to be tried, would we consider that an act of war? If somebody else were to do it to us, and we would call that an act of war, then we should consider it an act of war when we do it, instead of trying to work around these various justifications and stop calling things acts of war, or trying to redefine what act of war means. Does that make sense? I think we need to understand what act of war means. We haven't officially declared war since the 1940s. Right, I covered that. We haven't the last time we actually declared war was World War II. We know, and so you had Korea and Vietnam, which were these extended police action type things. And that's why the War Powers Act was passed in 1973. And it was actually to limit the presidential powers. Right. That was so Dementis says Clinton and Kosovo is an interesting one, but I think the difference is there's that Clinton limited to airstrikes and also involved UN. So these are things like, like as I was explaining, these are things that are, like legal counsel things, but these are ways of getting around the constitutional requirement that Congress is who can declare war. Well, yeah, and then Ford, the War Powers Act was largely passed in response. Well, I think Ford is the one that expanded it into Cambodia, and that was right after that was the first test of the War Powers Act. But Nixon may have also expanded it in Cambodia, but Ford expanded it further. But it was that was like a straw that broke the camel's back type thing. The Korea War was never a war. It was a police action, and then the Vietnam War was all about this sort of Tonkin act, and um, then Congress was like, okay, enough of this, you know, stuff about the president being able to just come and ask for permission afterwards. And so they kind of laid down the gauntlets and they said, look, you have to notify Congress within 48 hours. And if you don't get permission to continue within 60 days, you have to stop. And now this has kind of been morphed into, as long as you notify Congress within 48 hours, you have 60 days of free war. Like, it was never meant to be a permissive thing. It was always meant to be a constraint. Are you talking about the first Gulf War dementias? That if you're talking about the first Gulf War, we received Bush received authorization. Bush Senior received authorization, but there was never a declaration of war, and that's probably our cleanest military action since World War II. I covered that. Let me see something. No. Let me see. So Bush Sr. sought congressional authorization for the Gulf War, but only after deploying 500,000 troops. He claimed he didn't legally need it. Congress authorized, but precedent set authorization is optional, not a courtesy. And that's kind of like one of the. That's where I keep saying, like, this is not a distinction that the founding fathers ever intended or wanted. This is something that, like, like what is, hostilities and all of this stuff. Like, all of this is just made up. This is none of the and the War Powers Act doesn't change what's in the Constitution. The Constitution says that the Congress has the right to declare war, and the whole reason for that is the framers did not want any one person to just say, "Yeah, we're going to war." I was a Democrat back then. I have taken a college class in constitutional law. I mean, whether that means I studied the Constitution is, like, I would say I'm probably more familiar with it than the average Joe, and I studied this particular thing. I'm not sure what you're asking that for. The framers did not have in mind that the president could just go around declaring war on people by himself, or what would be effectively the same thing. So, like, it was a police action with military support. That's why I said, if somebody did it to us, would that be an act of war? If somebody were to come and say, we're gonna bomb your capital city, take out your power grid, arrest your foreign leader, or arrest your leader and his wife. We're going to take them back for a trial. Would we consider that an act of war? You can sit there and use all this kind of rewording of things as you want, but it's still an act of war. If somebody did it to us, it would be an act of war. We've gotten away from the Constitution and focus on what the politicians say it says. Yeah, that's right. And I think that's where we need, and not just for this conversation, I think for virtually everything. And that's where I'm getting like, I think we need to get away from what does your side say and what does my side say. We need to go into what does the Constitution say? And we need to also look at what is actually best for America. Like, I do not see how this has made America a better country. I think it's cost us credibility with the entire world. I think we're the bad guys now. This is the kind of thing we used to stand against. Like somebody, like with the first Gulf War, that was our argument, is that nations have autonomy and you can't just go in and take over another country. That's how we got the entire UN to back us. Even Russia helped. Now we don't have that moral authority anymore. What moral authority do we have to say anything to China if they invade Taiwan? What moral authority do we have to tell Putin that he can't invade Ukraine or the next country after that? No need for Congress to be involved, except the Constitution says there is very much a need for Congress to be involved. Constitution is widely there's not really any interpretation here. It very explicitly says that the right to declare war is in the first Article 1. Why haven't they? Because this is what I'm saying. Like, if you would try and like actually have discourse instead of an argument, because for the last 75 years, Congress has gradually given over its power to declare war to the president just by calling it something else. And I'm not just blaming this Congress. I'm blaming the entire last 75 years. I'm blaming the way that everything has become just bipartisan to the point that it's just my guy versus your guy, my side versus your side. The founding fathers didn't write the 13th Amendment. What did the founding fathers mean when they made the 19th Amendment? Well, the founding fathers didn't make the 19th Amendment. Nope, not when, I don't know what, I don't know what that means. I don't know how the Democrats aren't normal, and I don't see how comments like that feed a constructive conversation. Look up history of Smartmatic and Dominion voter machines. Who designed them? For what purpose? Yeah. Hugo Chavez did not rig the election in 2020. Like, why don't you look it up and then just type fact check? It was police action. That's why the FBI. No. Calling it police action does not mean it's a police action. It's still an act of war. I've already covered that like 3 times, and I'm not going to cover it again. We've gotten away from the Constitution and are too reliant on Washington's interpretation thereof. And it's not even like just Washington's interpretation. It is the executive branch, what we are relying on with all of these things. I wish I could highlight your comment because I think it's a great comment. But what we are reliant on now is legal counsel memos of people that were arguing for expanding the executive branch. Like, we're not even really talking about actual what's the word I'm looking for? Uh we're just talking about like taking one side's opinion and using that as like some sort of legal authority. There, these are just opinions of people that were trying to sell a certain talking point. So like, and we're doing that with countless presidents, like, or every single president that it has expanded, it has had this like legal counsel memo that was never heard by a court. None of these memos have been held up by a court. Even the War Powers Act has never been upheld by a court or heard by a court. Okay. So here's the thing. I need to take a quick intermission and I will come back momentarily and continue. But give me like a 3 to 5 minute break. Hey, I'm back. Sorry. Sometimes things need to be done. And I'm a one-man operation. So somebody, Skull Crusher, says it was a badass operation, 3-hour op with 35 minutes of boots on the ground. And nobody's saying the military didn't do a good job. But the question is one of legality, not lethality. Well, no casualties, no lost equipment, except for the 80 people that were Venezuelan that died. I'm pretty sure they considered themselves casualties if they were still alive. Pretty sure their families considered themselves casualties. Anybody still here? We didn't lose everybody. Life goes on. Well, not for the people who died. The people who died are very much not alive. That's what dying means. So I think for them, life did not go on. All right. So do I have any more to this? So anyway, I guess that pretty much covers the war powers resolution. And oh, there you go. Yes, I didn't want to say that, but I'm afraid it was pretty much obvious. My wife says I'm not allowed to use that word. Thank you, Skippy. I wish no one kicks ass without a tanker gas. Yeah, that was. It's like once I start getting to 3.5, 4 hours, that's when I hit my limit. My tank was on full. So Skippy, I appreciate your donations. I was mentioning at the top of the show. I don't think you were here, but I really it means a lot to me that people that don't necessarily agree with everything I say and even disagree with a lot of things I say, like buy these stickers. It means that I'm doing what I'm trying to do, which is at least speaking to both sides in a way that is not entirely offensive all the time. Like I'm trying to have conversations, and when I get support from people that disagree with me, it tells me I'm at least having some success with that. My girlfriend says I'm not allowed to use the word no. Yeah, my wife has a list. My wife said it's not polite to fart at the dinner table too, but like you never know with these days. It's like what are you not allowed to do? Dude thinks it's about him. It's about the KC-130 tankers. I don't know what a KC-130 tanker is. I'm sure that was funny if you knew what it meant, but I don't know what I don't know what a KC-130 tanker is. So anyway, what you don't know is the Democrats back in the 60s, 70s sounded a lot like Trump. Well, what makes you think I don't know that? Why do you think I don't know that? I studied history in college, dude. I know about how the how political parties evolved. And it's not like when people say the Democrats and Republicans switch places. This is more like what I'm trying to talk about is, first of all, in the 60s and 70s, things were not as diametric as they are right now. Like you could have a conversation about, you could have like your opinion on capital gains taxes weren't tied to your opinion on abortion or gay marriage. But it's like we have become to where if you agree with any, like you have to agree with all of one side or another, or else you're a Dino or a Rhino. And we don't know how to handle differences within the party. Like nowadays, now it's like you have this, America first versus make America great again splits in the Republican Party, and in the Democratic Party, it was like either you're if you think that Israel has a right to exist as a nation, then you're for genocide of Palestinians, and if you think that Palestine has a right to exist as a nation, then you're for genocide against Jews. Like it's you can't have actual conversations anymore, even within your own side. And it just comes back to where I think we need to be able to go back to having conversation about issues and having nuance in conversations and things like that. One thing I think is interesting is from 1969 until 1992, we had all but 4 years under Republican presidents. And during that entire time, we also had Democrat control of Congress. The House, they had the House that entire time, and the Senate for almost that entire time. And so I think that you had a situation where people were required to talk to each other. The Democrats and the Republicans had to work together in government in order to get anything at all done. And even then, when in 94, was it 94 was the contract with America and Gingrich and everything, and there was still some ability to work together, but that was a lot more that's when you started having challenges. I think that there was with the one thing is, like, it didn't used to be that Republicans were the Christian party and Democrats were like not the Christian party. But the moral majority, by politicizing issues like abortion and gay marriage, which used to be a lot more split between parties, I think that started putting in the cultural divide. So anyway, I think this whole thing about what you don't know is the Democrats back in the 60s, 70s sounded a lot like Trump. Well, some of them did, but I'm not sure what that is relevant. So we got a sub-vet and another. Got a conversation going on here about I don't know about that about food. So here's a story for you, Skippy, and the other guy. So when I was in the Air Force, we were always told that to call it a dining facility and not a chow hall. And chow hall was like what the Army did, and we'd get like they were really antagonistic about that. And so when I was stationed in San Vito, which is in Italy, obviously, they had just finished building this new dining facility, and they had a naming competition for what the new name of the new dining facility would be. And then they had a vote to see who would win. And so I submitted the Chow Hall, CIAO, like, the Italian word for hello and goodbye. I submitted the Chow Hall, and it like won in a landslide, but they refused to do that and just called it the Appian Way. But I stand by I think Chow Hall would have been better. Why does the whole Democrat versus Republican dichotomy matter so much? It's a tool they use to keep us separated. I agree. And it keeps us from talking about issues. It keeps us from it keeps the wedge issues at the top because people don't talk to agree to each other, especially online. People talk to argue with each other. And I wish we could get past that. Like I wish we could get to like let's talk to each other. Like how can we improve things like immigration? How can we keep our borders secure and still make it so that people can come over here legally and get jobs and people can have those workers to do? Or why is it we can't talk about, actual improving our healthcare system so that everybody can have healthcare? Like I'm not locked into any one way. Like I'm not locked into Medicare for all like some people are. And but I do wish there were a way that everybody could get healthcare. I think what's happening now, especially, is with a lot of these rural hospitals shutting down, is nobody can get healthcare in some of those areas, or they have to drive an hour and a half. Which, if you're having a baby or having a heart attack, hour and a half is a long way away. I think the average distance to drive is 42 minutes now for like the average rural person to get to the nearest hospital, and it's just going to get worse. Oh, sorry, turned out for some penny and meatballs. Again, I got to talk about fresh milled flour. If you've never had pasta from fresh milled durum, you have never had your taste buds delight in pasta the way they were meant to delight in pasta. And if you can't backflip, no one gets health. Ah, man, I can't backflip. I used to be able to do a backflip when I was in high school, but that is 40 years ago now. I think we'd be better with public, not for profit. Wow, Lord Dementis, you are a complex figure. And this is why, like, I wish I could. Lord Dementis and I do not agree on everything, but we have like these places where we agree, where I'm surprised. And this is why I think we need more conversations about issues, because we get used to pigeonholing each other. And it's good to know that like people can have incongruent opinions. Like you can agree with Trump on one thing and not agree with him on everything, or agree with Biden on one thing and not agree with him on everything. Being old doesn't necessarily make me smarter. Because it requires taxes, one side is okay with taxation. So long as it goes to civil use, the other side wants the rich to pay less in tax and the poor to continue to pay the lion's share, which is what drove us into the Depression. I think objectively, progressive taxation has historically been better for America than regressive taxation. And I mean, let's be honest, tariffs are effectively a regressive tax. Let people use the VA for like a $20 copay and they can use private if they want to. I'm kind of in the middle of the road, really. I think our tax dollars are better spent on public health care instead of sending it to Argentina. I think that from what I understand, from people that I have talked to that actually really know what they're talking about, including my brother, my younger brother has a PhD from Wharton in economics with a specialization in healthcare economics, and he used to be the CEO of BAMC. He's retired military, so and now he's an economics professor at UTSA. So he definitely knows more about healthcare economics than I do, and most people that I've met. And so he considers a lot of things. Like, he doesn't think that healthcare, like Medicare for all, is realistic because we just don't have the infrastructure for it. But his idea is to have like an actual public option and have a bring back the fine that goes with mandatory with the mandate, um and but actually make the fine meaningful, um and then to offer, like, not just have it be, public versus private, but like you can have public insurance and then supplement it with private insurance, that, something like that, like something with a little texture to it and nuance. Another white guy. I don't know what that means. Am I invalid because I'm a white guy? Another white guy. I'm sorry, I don't know how to be anything other than another white guy. There are very simple ways to fix the issues. The problem is, sorry, my so yeah. So Adam says your brother's idea is literally what all the nations that have, to varying degrees. Yes. This would be more like, would be a little bit more on the private side, and it wouldn't be just like paying insurance out of public funds, except for, like some people, and it'd be a little different, more adapting what other countries do to fit America as it currently exists, so that like the infrastructure is there. There are very simple ways to fix the issues. The problem is the government. Too many people are lobbied up. You could literally have to wipe the system, start over. Yeah, but how would you do that? Like, the just wiping the system is not that. So you're okay with fascism now? Got it. I don't know who said anything about fascism. They don't fund unnecessary procedure. Not necessary. No, they don't fund non-necessary procedures. I don't know why they should. But you could get insurance for, and then anyway. Fish Fly said hi. Hi, Fish Fly. So, anyway. It's not as much fun without being able to display the comments. I think maybe my memory is. I'm going to refresh this browser and see if that helps. Having trouble seeing the comments right now. Sorry. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, fix the system with independent oversight. Do you have any ideas how to do that? Like, Lord Dementia says no one loves dictators, but they're questioning the legality of the action. Right. Um, and the thing is, and the reason this is an issue is because, um, uh, like I said, it's if it you can't just look at things as it applies in this situation now, and will it apply in every situation always? Um, and so because then if you're just saying, well, we're just executing an indictment, then any country can just indict somebody and then go arrest them. Like China could indict the president of Taiwan for bogus charges. It doesn't even have to be legitimate. And so then China indicts the president of Taiwan, then goes in, arrests the president of Taiwan and his spouse or her husband, and then takes them back to China and then says, okay, we're gonna be the governing body of Taiwan now. Like it's not just doing this one time to this one country by one country. You're setting a precedent that a country can declare, can indict the president of another country and then just go and arrest them with your military. They can question the legality, but I'm sure the administration thought of that before the operation. I'm pretty sure that they haven't. They didn't even think about who was going to run it. And normally, when there's something like this, there's a actual legal memo that's released that explains the legal reasoning behind it, which they have not offered or released. Number two, their justifications, their post hoc justifications, have been inconsistent and often even mutually exclusive. Like they're on the one hand, they say that Argentina was a threat, and so that they were using the inherent powers of the Constitution, the Article 2 of the Constitution, because they were a threat. They haven't said what that threat was, but they're also saying they were just executing an indictment. And so if they were executing an indictment, then that's not a threat. Like both of those things can't be true at the same time. So I don't think that they actually thought about it. Actually, one of the things that concerns me the most about this is so much of their behavior has been indicative that they didn't think about it. They didn't think it through. They haven't even mentioned the name of the person that won the election. Gonzalez. If Trump stayed within the law, there would be less criticism. Right. And I think that fair criticism should be considered fair. Like instead of just dismissing it out of hand. Like so many other presidents have done. LOL. Right. Wolves, you've been here. And so you know that I have said this was true with Ford. This was true with Reagan. This was true with Bush 1. This was true with Clinton. This was true with Bush 2. This was true with Obama. This was true with Trump 1. And this is true with Biden. Like I'm saying this is a systemic problem going back 75 years. So I don't know why you're saying like so many other presidents have done, LOL, as though like I am just calling out Trump and not acknowledging that other presidents have done it. I've been saying I like the whole point the last 4 hours I've been making is that we have been allowing this to happen for the last 75 years through almost every president except for Carter. Breaking news, guys. Trump was just kidnapped by Russia. Which, by the way, it's like, how come nobody's talking about, since then, Trump has been talking about using the same principle to go after, so far he's threatened Colombia, he's threatened Mexico, he's threatened Cuba, he's threatened Greenland, of all countries. So he's threatening all these other places where the premise that he was the leader of a drug cartel or not a democratically elected or whatever. Why is he threatening Greenland? Why does he have? Because Greenland is in our national interest. This is where you get into the national interest thing, can just give anybody a blank check to just go invade anybody they want. All they have to do is say, it's in our national interest. Donald Trump, like I remember when I was a kid, I was a little boy, like 8, and we were in a geography class. And at the time, the USSR was the biggest country in the world. I think, I think Canada was second, and China was third, and the US was fourth. And because I'm a kid and I'm thinking like a kid, I'm start going, well, what if the United States and Canada merged and became one country, and then they got Greenland? Like, would they be, and I wanted to see what would happen for the US to become the largest country in the world. Because I was just a kid. How can we be bigger than Russia? And it feels like Donald Trump is just now just wanting to daydream about how to become a bigger country or something. He's so childish and so immature in how he's talking about. He's talking about invading Greenland. He's talking about invading Mexico. He's talking about invading Colombia and Cuba. So Ninja says international courts, asterisk. I don't know what that is in reference to. Nobody's talking about the Epstein files, though. Which, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Every president has violated the War Powers Act. Literally everyone. Well, Carter didn't. But like Carter's the one that didn't. Carter the only military action he ordered was to try and rescue the hostages, and he got slammed for that. But really, he didn't. But the rest have. And I spent about an hour going through this entire history and pointing out how every president has done this. So, and each one keeps expanding it, and every time somebody expands it, it's always been, well, what's the next guy going to do? Well, now what's the next guy's going to do? Where Trump is just basically saying he can just go invade whatever country he wants under any pretext he wants, and Congress can't do anything about it, and Congress is saying, oh yeah, and not doing anything about it. Thankfully, debtors' prisons isn't a thing anymore for now. Nobody's talking about the Epstein files, though. This is true. And like, I feel like that's true. And that's sad, but that doesn't mean we should ignore what's going on right now. Like, sometimes we need to walk and chew gum at the same time. Like, we need to talk about this and not forget about the Epstein files in the process. Venezuela has friends in high places. I don't know what that's reference to. Maybe China and Russia. Qatari jet named Emoluments 1. Yeah, I talked about that last week. Um, Donald Trump is just so corrupt. And the thing is about the Qatari jet is that first of all, it was negotiated by Witkoff, who is making billions off of the Trump administration. The second thing, and he's also the guy that is supposedly involved in the Middle East peace talks and the Ukraine peace talks, even though he has absolutely no diplomatic experience at all and no idea what he's doing. This is the guy that just called that told Russia how to sell their request list to Trump. He called that a peace talk. Um, but the whole thing is Trump gets the plane. He gets personal use of the plane for the rest of his life, and nobody else will ever be able to use it. And yet, and the U.S. taxpayers are on the have to pay $1 billion in upgrades on it. So he gets a $500 million plane from Qatar, from Qatar. He gets $1 billion in free upgrades from the U.S. taxpayer, and he doesn't have to pay any taxes on this $1.5 billion airplane that he's going to fly around in for the rest of his life. Uh, Not only do most people in the USA love and are thankful for Trump, but the people in Venezuela are. Okay, there's a whole lot of things on that that are not true. Trump's popularity in America is kind of at an all-time low. Even his supporters are not as much behind him. Trump supporters are not the worst things ever. Come on. I don't think Trump supporters are the worst thing ever. Okay. Not only do most okay, I already read that one. Trump watched the movie Greenland. He wants all the bunkers for himself. I wonder that movie Greenland 2. At first I was like, did I miss Greenland 1? Like I didn't. I thought it was a sequel to some movie named Greenland. But yeah, I'm wondering why he's been obsessed with Greenland since his first term. Remember when he tried to trade Puerto Rico for it? Lots of gullible people fell for his BS. That doesn't mean they should face backlash. We're not the USSR re-educating people. Yeah. And like when people say things like they're sorry, I dropped my brain. Lots of global people fell for his BS. That doesn't mean they should face backlash when the USSR is yeah. When people say things like like the MAGA farmers that voted for Trump and now are losing their hospitals. And some, I see some people on the left going, well, I'm not going to feel bad for them. They voted for it. They got it, FAFO. And I'm just like, I don't like that. They're still people. And I think when we stop treating one another like people, that's how we end up getting to where we're re-educating people and whatnot. We need to treat people like people. We need to treat each other like we're people. So Salty Colonel says Trump's putting his ego to work for the United States. Of course he wants what's does he want what's best for his country? And is he really doing everything he can to make sure we are once again the powerhouse we were? Because I think there's a lot of facts that would disagree with that. I don't think he may be, like, if he wanted what's best for his country, like genuinely, why is he doing so many things that hurt it? Like just on the economy, mass immigrations actually hurt the country, according to all kinds of economic studies, including one by Wharton, where he is very proud of having gone to, which is why I quote that one specifically. I mean, objectively, mass deportations are bad for the country. So if that's bad for the country and he wants what's best for the country, how do you reconcile those things? Tariffs are bad for the country. Objectively, like according to all kinds of studies. And I'm not talking about like, talking points or whatever. I know there's talking points, but I'm talking like, wouldn't he genuinely be curious and like actually know who pays tariffs, for instance? If he really wanted to know what was good for the country, wouldn't he at least try to learn? This dude's really going to literally off himself when Trump gets such a weird thing to say, Salty. I mean, he's not going to get added to Mount Rushmore, and I'm not going to kill myself. And I certainly wouldn't kill myself over something that dumb. Like to put him to add anybody to Mount Rushmore right now would just be dumb. No, he wanted to. Well, now he wants to invade it. In his first term, he wanted to trade Puerto Rico for it. you reconfigure. You probably drive a windowless van around schools handing out candy. So thinking about this logically, the U.S. can do whatever they want. Whether they should is another matter altogether, but the rest of the world exists because we allow it to. That is the basic thinking of the Trump administration. It's funny. They think the entire world should make America first. Should be America first. Like other countries, it's not like Canada should be Canada first. Canada should be America first. Okay. Somebody says he's not taking the plane with him. No, the plane is going to his presidential library. And once it goes to his presidential library, he will be the only one allowed to fly on it. It's not being given to the office of the president. It's being donated to the presidential library. So once he's not president anymore, it'll go over to his library and he will be the only one allowed to use it. The jet is no, the president. I don't. Do you honestly not know this? Look it up. Once he's not president anymore, it goes to the library. Different countries don't think like us. Right. Also, related, we don't think like other countries. I don't want to see anyone lose health benefits. And yet, here we are, January 5th, I think there's an estimate maybe as many as 4.5 million people will lose their benefits as will effectively will not be able to afford their health insurance premiums anymore, and so will just go without health insurance. Do you think Venezuela move is trying to fight against BRICS? What is BRICS? I do not know what BRICS is. Oh, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa thing. I don't think so. It's a good question, but I don't think so. I don't like. I can look into it and see what I think. Get some more informed opinion on it. Argentina kind of helps with, well, like, I don't know how much of a difference it would make with BRICS. Like, I know there's some alliances there, but I'm not sure how much, help that is. Hey, Trump been president for 1 year. How would you know what the future holds? I don't even know where I predicted the future, other than to say I don't think anybody is going to be added to Mount Rushmore. If the people want health insurance, they can pay for it, but not if they can't afford it. Define powerhouse. Economically or militarily, what? I think you're talking to somebody else. Gas is $1.99 in most states except for you. Okay, first of all, I'm in Texas. Second, what is the national price of gas? Gas is $2.81. So no, it's not. $1.99 in most states. There might be a couple of, you might be able to find $1.99 in certain places. By the way, Tony, USC. Isn't USC in California? Nope, illegals get a job here in Chicago before a citizen. So no citizens have jobs in Chicago? Most countries are great as the USA and have the freedom like the USA do. Most countries do have freedoms. It's not like we are the only country in the world with freedoms. We might be the only country in the world that has the Bill of Rights, but only because the Bill of Rights is part of the Constitution. It's our anyway. I actually had somebody argue with me that we're the only country that hang on, I need to send a message to my wife real quick. She's going to the grocery store and we need cat food. So okay. Thank you for your patience as I once again break the fourth wall. Much of the price of gas is state tax, and with that, there is also benefits that some states offer that are different. Blue. I'm not going to go into the whole blue state versus red state thing. There's a lot. Even how do you define blue state or of the? I think, like, if you also want to look at income, 9 of the 10 wealthiest states are blue states in terms of per capita income. The only exception is New Hampshire, which doesn't have a state tax, but all the high income people there are people that earn their living in Boston. So um, the wages, the where you make money is in blue states, and that's because a lot of times these um, jobs actually facilitate better business, which is why. Anyway, don't want to go into a big tangent here. Every other country in the free world has free health care, and the US spends tons of money on paying the insurance companies. So, no, you don't make sense. A little bit of nuance there. But because we have insurance companies, because we use private insurance, we spend more money per capita on healthcare than any other country in the world. And in some ways, our healthcare is more effective, but that's only if you can afford it. If you include access to healthcare with being part of the healthcare system, we're like not even, I don't even think we're top 20. Like being able to get healthcare is part of healthcare. It's like the argument, like if you're ever in a sports argument, being able to play is part of the the goat conversation. It's like people will say Ron Gronkowski is the greatest tight end ever, and it's like while he was on the field, you can make the conversation that he was when he was on the field, but there was so much time where he wasn't on the field that it affects the conversation, right? If you're not there, you're not you're not the goat. Like you actually need to be able to play. And kind of the same thing with healthcare. If a quarter of your population can't get healthcare, that has to factor into the conversation. Good, let them get off their butt and exercise if they aren't. Okay, I guarantee you this person is just like fatter than a pumpkin. If every other country made freedom of speech illegal, would be okay with it. I, if did you know that like Hirely now says if you grow and eat real food, you don't need health benefits. I'm 62. Do you know that like we had uh like thousands of years of people growing and eating real food, and the average and the mortality rate was higher? Like this is such a silly argument. I 100% agree that eating real food is essential. I don't necessarily agree that you can have to grow it yourself. Like, um, but I agree with eating real food, which is why I think it should be a priority to make real food accessible to everybody. I mean, I mention this a lot. I even mill my own flour and make my own bread with fresh milled flour. I don't buy DoorDash. I don't order out pizza. All of my food I make myself. I cook from actual food. I don't eat super processed food. The closest thing I'll eat to processed food is sometimes I'll use canned tomatoes. That's it. And even then, it's minimally processed. Somebody says, "Can you believe they separated?" I don't know who got separated. I don't know what you mean by separated. So dementia says even $100 copay, they can get care if they cannot afford a private doctor. I think copays actually have a regressive effect. And so what happens is people that can't afford the copays don't get the health care they need. And then because they're not getting the health care they, and it has a cascading effect to where their health care gets worse. So like somebody notices they're getting headaches and they don't want to get $100 copay. And so they just take Tylenol. And then it turns out they have high blood pressure. But then because they're not getting blood pressure medicine that would have been diagnosed with the basic checkup, they end up having a stroke. And then they end up with $1,000 of medical debt and a disability. So I feel like there needs to be, if there is a copay, make it tiered economically so that people that are poor aren't denied health care because they're poor. You pay $14,000 in property taxes. Well, you must have some pretty nice property. University of South Carolina. Okay. Seriously, those countries do have free speech. It's ours that is losing. Yeah, there's a free speech index. Freedom of expression index. There's and the United States is actually getting worse. And like I can share this with you to put some things in perspective here. This is one of those things that like and of course people will just dismiss this out of hand because it's not what they want to hear. But this is like they go through and they evaluate free speech based on a number of things. And basically we are not the best in the world, or like we're not bad, but there's a lot of countries that are a lot better than us. I forget which one is. So I think it's like the darker the green you are, the better. But even countries like Brazil are better than us, and Chile, Australia, Denmark is number one in the world in terms of freedom of speech. We're 0.89, they're 0.97. So all these countries are better than us. Kenya is better than us. Dominican Republic, Poland, UK, Costa Rica, Austria. Anyway, they have a bunch of different things they look at. I know some people are going to be like UK and just lose their marbles over that. But because the right-wing news media is always trying to exaggerate things, but McDonald's even offer health. McDonald's franchises like that offer usually they offer full-time benefits to management, but not to like line workers. You wait at least 2 months to see a doctor here in Illinois. Yeah, I think we talk about long waiting lists and kind of ignore the fact that we have long waiting lists. Oh, we're going to have long waiting lists if we go to national healthcare. We have long waiting lists. What do you mean? Somebody, Rodney says we need a live that sticks to one topic. Yeah, I keep trying. Healthcare is a good topic for an upcoming stream. Maybe I'll see if I can get my brother to come back on. He's been on a couple of times. I've actually had a couple of live streams that talked about this, but this was before. I've only been recently discovered by the live stream community for some reason. I think it's because I wasn't doing I've only started doing. It's only since I started doing the vertical, because StreamYard didn't have a vertical option until recently, and then I kind of blew up once. I don't know what blow up means, but anyway, I've gotten a lot more attention, gotten a lot more viewers. So many countries could get it right on healthcare, but yeah, I think, how much is it? Yeah, we spend a lot of money on health insurance, and health insurance spends a lot of money on lobbying, I should say. So if this health insurance industry spends money on lobbying, then that means that we're spending a lot of money on health on that's. There was one guy that asked me to look into regulations and whether regulation is the answer, and I built a dashboard for him. Maybe I'll just make this a topic. I've been holding it for him until he comes back, but I haven't seen him again. But I think what I ended up, like, if you want a rule of thumb on regulation, if companies want the regulation, then it's usually bad. And if companies don't want the regulation, it's really good. It's generally good, just as a rule of thumb. Corporations want the regulation. It's bad for American consumer. If corporations don't want the legislation, then it's good for the American consumer. So things like the ACA, they opposed. The ACA the insurance companies did not like the ACA. It's kind of a Trump invention that the Republican Party, or that the insurance companies are just getting money from the ACA. Who's getting money from the ACA is actually the consumer is getting assistance to pay for their insurance, which they're getting on a market that has, capitalism and whatnot. Good night, Kelly. Gun control isn't about guns; it's about control. Good night, Skippy. Thanks for joining. Yes, I moved to Brazil, to Denmark, to Brazil or Denmark. My dad lives in Brazil. Brazil is a really. Have you been to Brazil, Tony? If you've never been to Brazil, you've got to try churrascaria once you get there. Churrascaria. Is it churrascaria? Brazilian barbecue is some of the best food you will ever have in your life. There's a couple of restaurants that do it pretty well here, but nothing like the good old Brazilian version. I'd watch that. Would be interested in hearing his ideas. I came during the gun control stream. The illegals go to the emergency room for a doctor. Well, they go to the emergency room for emergency care. They can't go to the law says that if somebody needs health care, emergency health care, you have to stabilize them. And that's not a law about illegals, which, by the way, illegal is an adjective. You can say illegal aliens if you want, but calling people illegal is offensive. But when they can get emergency health care there, they can't get regular health care in the emergency room. And that's because in the 80s, if you didn't have insurance, you could be denied health care. It has nothing to do with whether you're documented or not. It's whether or not you're insured. And so there was a law passed that you have to provide emergency care to anybody that needs emergency care. And that's like people were literally dying in front of emergency rooms. That was like a thing that was happening. And so they passed a law that said you have to provide emergency care. Then this emergency care was funded by the government. And sometimes it is undocumented people that need that emergency care. It's good to listen to the other side. You talk about LGBTQ and BLM in your pronouns. I think that I don't know what you mean by that. I think lesbian, gay. I think other people have rights. Yes. I think that Black people are disproportionately killed by the police. I think that if somebody wants me to call them by certain pronouns, I respect those pronouns. I don't feel like any need to be hostile towards other people. I have a trans nephew. I know what his parents, my brother and his wife, I know that it's a struggle for them to understand him and understand how to raise him. I know it's an emotional thing for parents to go through. I know that most people that complain about trans people have never been negatively influenced by a trans person. And I think it's sort of a silly thing to make a federal case out of. I don't think that trans people are something we should be focused on as a nation. Like, just let them be. Who determines the price of health insurance? Not the government. Healthcare insurers. Well, the Affordable Care Act, one of the things that the insurance companies didn't like is depending on it's either 80 or 85%, depending on I can't remember, like both numbers are true for depending on in different situations, but the health insurance company is limited by how much of premiums have to go towards actual health care. And it's either 80 or 85%, depending on what your situation is. So in effect, that puts a cap on health insurance premiums, which is why health insurance companies don't like it. Health insurers get rich with Obamacare. That's not objectively true. Emergency rooms are clogged with people in U.S. illegally and are not there. I don't think that's true. Now make it trans people are people. It's like, yeah. I don't understand why, like, and I honestly don't understand why people get so worked up about pronouns. It's like somehow if you're a Christian and a trans woman says she's a woman and you just respect her name and pronouns, like God's going to strike you down with lightning or something, like somehow they're asking you to renunciate your faith. It's like it's not about you, it's about them. Like There is a type of right-wing person, and I don't want to paint with a complete brush here, but there are some people that whatever, like somehow somebody being allowed to exist in the same world as them that they disagree with is a violation of their freedom. I got right into the ER in Madison for my kidney stone. I had appendicitis when I was in my 20s, and I was living in Rochester, Minnesota. I went in, they asked me what my symptoms were. I never even sat down. I was immediately put on a cart, and within 20 minutes, I was in surgery. They gave me enough time to call my mom and tell her I was going into surgery. Otherwise, it would have been 15 minutes. I don't GAC about trans people. They're not bothering me. Yeah, I don't know. Undocumented workers aren't getting treatment in emergency rooms for a runny nose. Dementia says, I see this even among Catholics. Here, people have a holier than you attitude, which I think Jesus was against. I spent 15 years as a Christian minister. I got saved when I was 21. Actually, it was a couple of weeks after my 22nd birthday. And I've read the New Testament several times, like over 100. And one thing that really strikes me is if you really read it honestly, the New Testament, nowhere does it tell anybody to worry about what other people's sins are. And in fact, the only people that are rebuked either by the apostles in the epistles or by Jesus in his ministry, the only people who were ever rebuked are the people who spent more time worrying about what other people did than what they were doing. Worry about your own sin. That's the whole point. Like that was kind of, that is the whole point of the entire thing is worry. Like you're a sinner and you need forgiveness. And that's why you need Jesus. It's not this other person is a sinner and that's why they need the law. Like it's such a weird interpretation of the Bible. Like most of the so-called Christians that are talking about an American version of Christianity or have zero actual engagement with anything in the Bible. I lived in Chicago for 15 years. That's where I lived when I was a minister. I spent an entire day with my wife in an emergency room. 24 hours. Yes, there are problems with Cook County Hospital, especially in the emergency room there, but it's not because of undocumented people. Do you like walk around the emergency room and ask people if they're here legally? How do you know? Like, and how often are you in the emergency room? Like, do you just see brown people and assume they're illegal? I moved out. I moved out in 2000. I've been here about 15 years now. I lived there for 15 years, and I moved away 15 years ago. An American version of Christianity versus what version? The version that's in the Bible. The Bible itself, if you actually read the Bible, there's a lot of like what is it Gandhi said? Um, I like your Christ, but I don't like your Christian. Only the Christians could be more like your Christ. Something like that. Um, we're getting off topic, but my view is this is it's like the Christian is a light bulb and Christ is the light. And the job of the bulb is to express the light. That if we are genuine in our faith, then we reflect God's love. We reflect God's humility. We reflect humility. We reflect love. We reflect compassion. We reflect kindness. We reflect like virtues, and those virtues will attract people to Christ. We don't need to compel people to follow the law. If through our relationship with Christ, we can bring people to love Christ, and then they will become also people who express the virtues of God through their human living. That's what I think the Bible is intended to be. Do you think Maduro will be convicted? I do not know. I don't know what the evidence is. And I don't know what his defense will be. I think it's I don't think Maduro is a good person. Um but I don't know if he's if the pro like the this Department of Justice has not done well on the judicial front in terms of prosecuting people. Somebody says religion is detrimental to humanity. I think what's detrimental to humanity is when other people try to make religious mandates, whether that is mandating a religion or mandating no religion. I think that people like Lenin and Stalin and Hitler was not a Christian. Hitler was an atheist. Hitler persecuted religious people. So I think there's a lot of people, Mao. So I think being anti-religion is also detrimental to humanity. I think just let people live and keep law out of it. I think that is also true. Like as a human being, as an American, and as a Christian, there's verses in the Bible that actually very strongly that not only should the not state not be involved with the church, but the church should not be involved with the state, because as soon as the church starts being involved with the state, the church starts getting diluted, which is what has historically happened. Give them to the people like Mussolini. It's kind of what we did with Hussein. Just turned him over to the Iraqi government, and just like that, his neck went snap. Why was his wife exfiltrated? She is being indicted too. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Generally speaking, in a situation like that, this is just my opinion. I have not heard any legal experts comment on this, but my first thought when I heard that was maybe his wife is flipped. Usually, when you have two different attorneys representing defendants like that, it's because one is testifying against the other. Spirituality is okay, religion not so much. Get Alzheimer's Cheeto Daddy out of the office. Yeah. Venezuela doesn't want us there at all. Yeah, I think, and in some way, like I've heard people say Venezuela does want us there, and they're happy about it. And then some people, I would say how Venezuela feels about it is sort of irrelevant. We shouldn't be there legally. Like trying to interpret whether or not Venezuela wants us there kind of changes the actual conversation we should be having, which is, do we have any legal basis for being there? I am 58. I don't know why you're obsessed with how old I am. I'm 58. I don't know. So see, Timothy Concepcion says Venezuelans are thinking America and President Trump. I'm sure some are. I'm sure not all are. Kelly is a girl's name. Kelly is also a boy's name. My wife would have an issue with that, Dennis. How can we be sure what Venezuelan people want, what news sources are accurate? Like I said, what the Venezuelan people want is relevant. What the Venezuelan people voted for is for Gonzalez to be president. And Donald Trump has yet to say his name. That much I know. TD, so I guess am I Scraggy? Is that your nickname for me? Am I supposed to like be bothered by that? Oh, are you talking to Scraggly there? No. So since you're obsessed with my name, just so you know, I was actually named after a Congressional Medal of Honor winner. So, I mean, if we're going to read into a name, read out into it. All right, so we're running out of constructive conversation here. First or last? The last name was what was? Yeah, his name was John Joseph Kelly, and he's the only person to have received got the Medal of Honor from two different branches at for the same act. Only person that actually ever did that. In 1967, the year I was born, is the last year there were more boys named Kelly than girls named Kelly. It's still a gender neutral name, but I didn't say Venezuelans are irrelevant. I said what Venezuelans think about whether about Trump is irrelevant, because the conversation isn't about whether or not Venezuelans are okay with it. The conversation is about whether or not it's legal. So please don't change what I said. I never said Venezuelans are irrelevant. And yes, it is offensive to call people illegal. Take that up with my dad, the guy who named me. Believe it or not, I really didn't have anything to do with what my name is. So weird. Anyway, you don't seem to have anything of value to say. All right. So I think we're going to end here. So thanks for those who chipped into the old sticker pool. I appreciate you guys. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good day. And bye.